Good evening. Noting the time and the presence of a quorum, I'd like to call this meeting of the Acton Select Board to order.
Noting the time and the presence of a quorum, I'd like to call the Finance Committee to order.
You're up, John.
Okay, well, we're back at it again. Thank you for giving your time and your energy to better understanding our budget proposal for this year. We had a great night last night. We went till, 9 o'clock? I think we'll probably finish a little earlier tonight, but we're here till 10 o'clock if you need us. And we have a lot of great presentations up for you tonight, and we look forward to your questions, and we'll do our best to answer them live. And if there's a reason that we can't, we'll be sure to get back to you. Our first presentation tonight will be of the fire department budget proposal, which is in your budget book. If anybody needs a budget book, please let me know. We do have some extra hard copies tonight if you want one. And the fire department budget starts on page 66, and the fire department is led by Chief Anita Arnhem. Welcome, Chief.
Good evening. Members of the Select Board, Finance Committee, Town Manager, Deputy Town Manager, and members of the public who are listening. My name is Anita Arnhem, and I have the privilege of serving as the Chief of the Acton Fire Department for the past 2.5 years. And I'm now in my 37th year of service with the Fire Department here in Acton. Joining me this evening is Deputy Chief Christopher Samet, who has served in that role for the past 2 years and brings 27 years of experience with the Acton Fire Department. We appreciate the opportunity to present the fire department and related budgets, as well as updates on departmental operations this evening. Working collaboratively with town leadership, our goal is to balance financial responsibility with the operational readiness necessary to deliver reliable, efficient, and timely emergency services that protect life, property, and overall safety of the Acton community. As the town manager said, our budget starts on page 66 of the budget book. The fire department is comprised of 48 full-time equivalent positions as outlined on page 67. We currently operate 4 shifts with 10 members on duty, staffing 3 stations: South Acton, Acton Center, and North Acton. At this staffing level, meeting response time objectives and maintaining adequate on-scene resources requires careful daily deployment and limits our flexibility when managing multiple or simultaneous incidents. We are actively working to hire 4 additional members, which would allow us to increase staffing to the currently authorized level of 11 members per shift and strengthen our ability to assemble effective initial response crews, maintain balanced station coverage, and sustain performance expectations across the community. Since last February, the department has participated in a pilot program in partnership with the Collins Foundation, focused on evaluating the most efficient and effective deployment of personnel. This initiative looks at operational data, including call volume, response times, incident concurrency, and geographic coverage, to assess how staffing levels and station assignments influence service delivery. The findings from this pilot will inform future staffing decisions, guide capital and apparatus planning, and support long-term resource allocation to ensure the department continues to meet the town's service expectations and risk profile. A formal report is expected from the Collins Center within the next several weeks. I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to the firefighters of Local 1904 and to the dispatchers of Local 25 for their continued cooperation and professionalism as Deputy Chief Samet and I have explored and implemented various operational models. These changes have involved the movement of personnel and apparatus between stations and adjustment to operational deployment, requiring members to adapt from their established routines. Their dedication has been essential in ensuring this process effectively evaluates and strengthens our operational readiness. As I mentioned last year, fire departments have evolved into an all-hazards response organization. In addition to fire suppression, the Acton Fire Department provides a broad range of essential services, including fire prevention and public education, training, inspections, pre-incident planning, hazardous materials response, emergency medical services, permitting, and code compliance, among other activities. The fire department is also jointly responsible with the police department for overseeing the operation of the E911 dispatch center located at the public safety facility. Historically, the Massachusetts General Law 99A has limited fire departments to hiring candidates residing within 15 miles of the town, a restriction enacted following the blizzard of 1978 that remained in place for decades. I'm pleased to report that through the efforts of town leadership, Representatives Dan Cena and Senator Jamie Eldridge, House Bill 4168, an act authorizing the town of Acton to increase the residency limit for members of the police and fire departments, was signed into law on December 10th of this past year. This legislation allows the town to establish residency requirements collaboratively with the union, significantly expanding our hiring pool and strengthening our ability to attract qualified candidates. Coupled with recent contractual improvements that enhance Acton Fire's competitiveness, these changes position the department to achieve full staffing, improve coverage, sustain response readiness, and manage risk proactively, ensuring that the town can continue to delivering reliable, effective, and timely emergency services to the community. Given the challenges in hiring firefighter paramedics, we are currently supporting both new hires and existing members in training to achieve paramedic certification. This training typically takes 12 to 18 months, depending upon the program. Across the country, many departments have found that in response to ongoing shortages of firefighter paramedics, developing internal candidates is an efficient and effective strategy for sustaining highly qualified workforce. Unlike a typical desk job, any vacancy, whether due to illness, injury, or training, must be filled with overtime to maintain effective emergency operations. Staffing gaps directly affect response readiness and the department's ability to manage risk, and they have contributed to increased overtime costs. Reaching full staffing will help reduce these costs, enhance operational readiness, and ensure the town can continue delivering safe, timely, and reliable emergency services to the community. Full staffing of at least 11 members per shift is more critical now than ever, particularly with the near completion of several large residential developments, including the 5-story, 260-plus River's Edge apartment complex on Powder Mill Road in South Acton, which just started taking occupancy, the 4-story, 40-unit McManus complex on Main Street, and the multiple multi-story buildings of Avalon Apartments in North Acton. In the event of a fire, arriving with a minimum of 3-member engine crews is essential for quickly investigating an alarm, advancing hose lines, and extinguishing a fire. Achieving 11 members per shift will allow us to staff 2 engines with 3 members for the majority of the responses, significantly improving our ability to protect life and property in these larger, more complex structures. As of December 15th, we upgraded the north engine to a paramedic level and placed a paramedic fly car into operation. This change provides several benefits for the department. It gives our paramedics additional valuable experience as firefighters, adds flexibility by allowing deployment of a single paramedic resource when needed, and enables us to support mutual aid partners with advanced life support capabilities. Previously, when ALS mutual aid was requested, we had to send a full ALS staffed ambulance, tying up 2 ambulances for a single patient. With this new configuration, our primary ambulance can remain available in town while still providing ALS support to neighboring communities. A welcome addition to our administrative staff, the fire prevention officer position has significantly strengthened the department's fire prevention code compliance program by assigning a dedicated professional to oversee this critical function. Jeffrey Dalton was hired in July through a cooperative effort with the building department and has quickly demonstrated an exceptional engagement with the community. Because he is not assigned to emergency response, Mr. Dalton is able to provide more flexible and reliable scheduling of inspections and maintain consistent focus on code compliance. He now serves as a stable single point of contact for the public regarding inspections and enforcement matters. As a result, the deputy chief and captains have been freed to focus more fully on their administrative and operational duties. On page 69, you'll find a summary of recent accomplishments, along with changes and ongoing challenges and FY27 goals. I'll begin by highlighting some of our accomplishments. We have successfully secured multiple grants, some of which, unfortunately, are no longer going to be available moving forward. Firefighter and safety equipment grant of $19,000, along with a supplement of $9,500, was received this year, or fiscal year 25. A student awareness of fire education, known as SAFE grant of $5,700, a senior SAFE grant of $2,400, and we have most recently received 2 state earmarks for turnout gear of $25,000 and emergency radios of $25,000. Another accomplishment, as I just mentioned, was the filling of the fire prevention officer, marking the first time in over 50 years that this has formally been staffed. I believe Robert Craig was last to hold this position in 1974. In the decades since, fire prevention responsibilities were handled intermittently by firefighters with an interest in the work or by on-duty officers. In recent years, the duties largely fell to the deputy chief, with limited support from the captains, resulting in due to their duties, lack of consistency and continuity. Establishing this position has significantly strengthened our fire prevention and code enforcement efforts. Strengthened recruitment of qualified paramedic candidates with significant leadership and effort by Deputy Chief Samet. The passage of House Bill 4168, allowing us to increase our residency limits, was a critical factor in expanding that candidate pool. Deputy Samet has developed and implemented a comprehensive and structured orientation and onboarding program, acknowledging that many of our new hires no longer come to us with prior firefighting experience. Here to explain what is involved in onboarding new personnel is Deputy Samet.
Good evening, members of the Select Board, Finance Committee, Town Manager, and Deputy Town Manager. This evening, I am here to briefly walk you through the orientation process for our new firefighters. The new hire orientation process consists of 2 weeks of daytime training, Monday through Friday, totaling a 42-hour work week. During this period, new members rotate through each station with a focus on station familiarization, apparatus, and equipment. They also participate in fire and EMS training using a competency-based training book to document proficiency and key skills, including, but not limited to, pump operations, self-contained breathing apparatus, search and rescue, driver training, and vehicle extrication. Throughout these 2 weeks, new hires respond to fire and EMS calls with on-duty crews, allowing them to be integrated into the Acton Fire Department operations from the onset. Continued training. Following this initial orientation period, new hires receive a group assignment and continued structured fire and EMS training under supervision of leadership of department officers. Within 18 months of hire, any employee who has not previously attended a career recruit fire training program is sent to the Massachusetts Fire Academy 10-week recruit program. Upon completion, members graduate with Firefighter 1-2 certification and a strong foundation and core principles of the fire service. An important message emphasized prior to graduation is that learning in the fire service is continuous and does not end until retirement. In closing, I would like to thank all members of the Acton Fire Department who contribute their time and expertise in the training of our new hires. Their dedication serves a strong foundation for these employees as they develop and progress throughout their careers. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. Additional accomplishments include implementation of the pilot program to evaluate effective and efficient deployment of apparatus and personnel. As I mentioned, we placed a paramedic engine and fly car into service, enhancing our operational flexibility and patient care delivery. We invested in leadership development. Deputy Chief Samet successfully completed the Massachusetts Firefighting Academy Chief Fire Officer Program, and I was honored to be accepted into the National Fire Academy's Executive Fire Officer Program, a highly competitive and nationally recognized leadership program. We've continued to deliver exceptional advanced life support services to the community, including multiple successful cardiac arrest resuscitation with patients surviving neurologically intact. We took delivery of a Ford F-150 hybrid pickup truck to replace the shift commander's vehicle, improving reliability, efficiency, and reducing operating costs. We've secured equipment from state excess property, primarily emergency medical supplies, including portable ventilators. Additional functionality with OpenGov. Our fire prevention officer has been able to create additional permits within the OpenGov system and utilize it more efficiently with assistance from Jessica Thomas in the building department. So thank you to Jessica. As far as ongoing challenges, increasing call volumes and complexity, including a growing number of incidents involving emerging hazards such as lithium-ion batteries. We've also had an increase in concurrent calls where 2 ambulances are tied up at the same time. Rising incident costs across all operational areas, including equipment, apparatus maintenance, and repair, as well as personnel. Health and safety and wellness concerns for our department members, including increased risk to related occupational cancer, post-traumatic stress disorder, and line-of-duty injuries. Aging facilities in need of significant upgrades, with stations constructed in the 1950s and early 1960s, including critical needs such as the Station 2 roof repairs that need to be done. Escalating training costs, including compliance with unfunded mandates from the Office of Emergency Medical Services, such as Nero's Law, ASHA requirements, and mandated equipment upgrades such as IV pumps. Rapidly evolving technologies that present new operational challenges, including solar installations, energy storage systems, lithium-ion batteries, electric vehicles, and modern construction materials. And lastly, a National Emergency Response Information System called NERIS has recently been mandated to replace the National Fire Incident Reporting System for state and federal fire incident reporting. This transition will require an adjustment period and may necessitate tracking fire incidents separately from emergency medical responses and inspections, requiring the use of 3 distinct databases rather than the single system currently in use. While this presents an operational challenge, it's one we're prepared to meet. Goals identified for FY27 include filling of all current vacancies to maintain an on-duty complement of 11 members per shift, identifying and implementation of efficient operational deployment model informed by data from the pilot program, department member feedback, and guidance from town leadership. Additional goals include continue to provide timely, current training to ensure the department remains prepared for the evolving and increasingly complex challenges of firefighting and emergency medical response. Maintenance of all apparatus and equipment in a state of readiness to ensure reliable response to all requests for service. Expand community engagement. The department has begun collaborating with Youth Connections based on information provided by our Economic Development Director, Patricia Costa, so I appreciate that. And we anticipate engaging 2 interns to assist with emergency management inventory and fire department statistical analysis. And another goal is to conduct tabletop exercises to test and refine Acton's emergency management plans. A multi-jurisdictional tabletop exercise is currently scheduled for March, supported by funding from the Northeast Homeland Security Regional Council, Advisory Council. In coordination with the Sustainability Office, the department is also planning a tabletop exercise under the Municipal Vulnerability Preparedness Program, focused on Acton's response and resilience to a climate-related event. This exercise is anticipated to take place in the spring and will provide an opportunity to specifically evaluate and strengthen Acton's preparedness for such incidents. On page 70, you'll see Emergency Management Services. Emergency Management Services is responsible for ensuring the town is prepared to respond effectively to a wide range of emergencies, both planned and unplanned. These include hurricanes, winter storms, extreme temperatures, major crowd events, as we might have for the 250th, who knows, and significant traffic accidents, aircraft crashes, tornadoes, earthquakes, fires, hazardous materials, active shooter situations, and other critical events. As far as changes and ongoing challenges with emergency management, there's a need for storage facility for support efficient inventory management and rapid deployment of resources. We are currently taking up all the space in Station 4's closet. Identification and preparation of appropriate community shelter locations. I've recently engaged with some talks with the school, and there's some other locations that we're looking at as well. Ongoing recruitment, identification, and training of staff and volunteers for emergency response support, and organizing and providing training for volunteers. As far as recent accomplishments with emergency management, we have secured $5,100 in emergency management preparedness grant funds to enhance our emergency management supplies. As I told you, we obtained the Northeast Homeland Security Regional Council grant or funding to host the multi-jurisdictional tabletop. We continue to expand Acton's emergency management cache of equipment and supplies, and we've last year we acquired NERAC-funded equipment to support the 2025 July 4th celebration, offsetting costs for that event. As far as goals for FY27 for emergency management, we want to be able to complete a full inventory of emergency management resources and procure additional equipment as identified. Maintain equipment in a ready-to-deploy condition, and increase community engagement by recruiting additional volunteers. On page 71, you'll find the Fire Alarm Network Revolving Fund, which has historically been used to maintain the town's municipal fire alarm system. As noted earlier in the Municipal Monthly, which you may have seen, the department is in the process of decommissioning the municipal fire alarm system, as it requires significant ongoing maintenance and has been surpassed by newer technologies that provide more detailed and actionable information to responders. These modern central monitoring stations are now capable of transmitting alarm signals that identify the specific location and type of activation, such as smoke, heat, or sprinkler flows, improving response efficiency and reducing reliance on town-owned infrastructure. The full decommissioning is expected to occur over 2 to 3 years. Street alarm boxes will be removed first, as virtually all alarms that previously may have been transmitted by such equipment are now received through 911 system. Master boxes, which transmit building fire alarms, will be removed last to allow property owners sufficient time to upgrade their systems. The Fire Prevention Revolving Fund, moving to that, established in 2024, collects revenue from permits and inspection fees, as well as fees associated with fire prevention activities, including sprinkler compliance testing that requires personnel and apparatus. These revenues are used to support the fire prevention officer position, are intended to become self-sustaining over time, reducing reliance on support from the building department, for which we have been very grateful. The Ambulance Enterprise Fund is supported by ambulance service fees and currently funds the salaries of 11 FTEs and associated expenses required to operate the town's ambulance service. Expenses include EMS equipment and supplies, equipment repairs, vehicle maintenance, and ambulance leasing or borrowing costs. If you turn to page 72, you'll see 3 charts that provide 10-year snapshot of the department activity. Fires extinguished, responses by type, and inspections conducted. On average, the department responds to approximately 50 fires per year, ranging from structural and vehicle fires to dumpster, cooking, and chimney fires, and many others. Rapid coordinated response is critical to minimizing fire spread and limiting property damage. The responses by type chart illustrates trends over the past decade, notably an upward trend in emergency medical responses over the last 4 years. We have also noted an increase in concurrent medical requests requiring both ambulances to be in service. EMS calls now account for 69% of all emergency responses, and this upward trend is expected to continue. Non-medical 911 emergency responses are primarily associated with alarm activations. Some variation in this category that you see on the chart is likely due to historical data entry practices. For example, box plug out, plug in calls may have been recorded as non-medical 911 emergency responses when they're just typical day-to-day routine responses. The department is actively reviewing and standardizing data to improve reporting accuracy. The new nearest system is expected to further enhance data quality, as only emergency call types can be entered into this system. Page 73 presents the fire department budget. A notable increase in overtime is primarily attributable to unfilled vacancies. As mentioned earlier, maintaining minimum staffing is critical, and once vacancies are filled, overtime is expected to decrease to a more typical level. The 8% overall increase in personnel services largely reflects recent collective bargaining agreements designed to maintain a competitive package for recruitment and retention of department members. Service expenditures were reduced by 13% as a cost containment measure, and while supplies increased 17% due to rising costs for materials and services. The Ambulance Enterprise Fund budget is presented on page 168, so that's much further in your packet. Of particular note is the increase in professional development, which reflects the cost of supporting department members and attending paramedic certification, as discussed earlier. Supporting paramedic training is a strategy increasingly used by many departments, including Acton, to recruit new members and address the nationwide shortage of paramedics, ensuring continued high-quality emergency medical services for the community. A couple more pages in on page 171. You'll find the fire alarm network budget, and that supports the maintenance and decommissioning of the current municipal fire alarm system. There's no major changes reflected in this budget. And then the fire prevention budget can be found on page 178, and that reflects a decrease in supplies to be offset by revenues generated by permit fees. As far as our capital request for FY27, we have included fire hose replacement at $25,000. That's a single one-time replacement. Fire hose only lasts so long. When it's used out on the street, things happen to it from time to time, so we need to do some replacement. It also includes phase 2 of the portable radio replacement program, an additional $60,000. We received $60,000 last time, and we're looking to just complete our radio purchases so that every person on the department has a portable radio, which becomes critical for communications on scene. Command vehicle replacement at $126,500. That's an annual request, as we have 7 command type vehicles, and we just rotate them down the line and get rid of the last one on the line every year. And then an ambulance replacement of $855,000. We replace our ambulance every 3 years. It spends 3 years in primary service, 3 years in secondary service, and then 3 years as a mechanical backup. As far as an update on current vehicles that are in the queue, our Excellence ambulance is currently under construction at a facility in Huntsville, Alabama. 2 members just went down to oversee some of the construction of that, and that is due to be delivered approximately November of 2026. A ladder truck is currently under contract with a due date of approximately August of 2028, I believe. And then an engine that's currently under contract is due approximately January of 2029. The long production times make it important to make sure we plan ahead to make our capital requests. So this concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions from the select board? David?
Thank you, Chief. You talked about the fact that you had 4 openings for firefighters. I know you've had some success hiring this year because I've been to pinning ceremonies. Can you talk about the number of people you've hired this year?
I can. So in fiscal year 25, we've hired 7 personnel. And we currently have 3 in the queue that are going through the process right now. So we've had a lot of success due to a lot of efforts by the deputy and some members of our staff that participate in interviews. I do believe the new contract rates have helped with that. And I do also believe that having a paramedic engine and a fly car has attracted more personnel.
Thank you. Just one other question. Speaking of that fly car, is that one of the command-type vehicles, or is that another vehicle?
Yeah, it's a command, what I mean by command-type vehicle is typically a SUV or a pickup truck. And the reason I call it a command-type vehicle is because oftentimes it starts as a command vehicle, and then as it rotates down, it goes into more utility service. Or as in this case, we have it for the fly car.
Thank you.
Melissa?
Thank you both for the presentations. I have some wonderings about the turnout gear. I'm wondering if the PFAS-free turnout gear is available commercially. I noted that in FY '26, or maybe it was FY '25. Sorry, I lost it. There were 3 sets that were purchased, and there's more in the budget. And I'm just wondering, is that going to need to be replaced because it's not the new PFAS-free?
So I don't believe it needs to be replaced according to the statute that's been put out. However, any new gear purchased should be PFAS-free. However, there is some PFAS-free gear currently on the market. Our current manufacturer has attempted to also put gear out on the market, but they were not satisfied with some of the materials that were currently in use, which is what some of the other companies are using. So they actually took several $1 million in orders for PFAS-free gear and then contacted everyone and said, we're not confident that this gear is going to last and be effective. So they are diligently working on getting quality PFAS gear produced. We have a need to purchase gear as we get new members, so we may or may not be able to start them with PFAS-free gear. Although that would be our intent.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the need for storage for our emergency inventory, is that, obviously with our deployment pilot program, we could potentially have a space, a building that's available for that. But I don't know if it would be appropriate or if there are, who can tell what's going to happen in the future. I'm just wondering if from your perspective, this is rising to a select board goal level for next year. Not only the storage space for the emergency equipment, but also the work that you're doing with the school to identify shelter and the tabletop exercises, and also the recruiting additional volunteers. That sounds like a lot of staff time, a lot of effort, and I'm just wondering.
It's a big lift. It is a
Okay.
big lift. As far as storage, let me give you a little historical perspective. The Acton Auxiliary Station on School Street used to store some of the equipment. That had to be moved. We moved a lot of it to 21 Maple Street, which is now being used for the pantry. So now we had to consolidate and put some of it up at Station 4. The barn at Station 4 that's up there is unheated, and some of these materials really can't deal with extremes in weather. They will deteriorate much faster. So additional storage space would ideally be welcome, as well as I said, with an intern, hopefully to come and help us manage the inventory and get a good handle on everything that we have. It also requires, for example, I have 12 generators. They require to be serviced or run at least annually, if not more often. So that's another piece. If we're thinking along the same lines as far as additional potential storage, I've thought of that. And there are some opportunities out there, but obviously I want to work collaboratively with leadership to figure out what's the most appropriate. One of the things I learned through my years of experience, I had a mentor who told me, and it's very true, a couple of things. First of all, in an emergency, you want to be able to meet the different people involved and say, hi, how are you, versus hi, who are you? So it's important to hold exercises. The other thing I learned and take to heart is if you need something in an emergency, so does everyone else, and you're not going to be able to get it unless you have it. So those are some of the principles I try to operate on, and that's why we're building out our cache of equipment.
And in terms of the volunteer recruitment, is this part of a CERT, or is this a little less formalized? So I know that those programs involve training of the leaders of that.
So not formalized yet, something we're in discussions with. I'm hopeful that having some of these exercises will stimulate some more discussion about that, and we can figure out where we can go to and how we can organize and maintain some volunteers. And it's similar to CERT, yes, and maybe we will go that route.
I just have one more question about the responses that you're seeing, the increase in concurrent medical calls. Would you attribute that to our aging population in town?
So I attribute some of that to some of our facilities in town. We have a nursing home, we have some elderly housing. Typically, over the past, a few years ago, they would have a contract ambulance service. We noticed a dramatic increase in calls to some of these facilities. I went down and talked to them, and they told me they're in a contract ambulance desert. So we are the resource that they call now in order to transport some of their patients. They do have some very sick patients, but they also have some patients that would normally go by a non-emergency ambulance, typically needing an ambulance for transport because of their condition. So that has contributed.
Any other questions from the select board? Okay, over to you.
All right, thank you. It was a great presentation. I have two questions, one a number question, and then a different question. From the staffing perspective, has there been a point in time that you've had full staff, full employment for, I don't know, more than a day? Like police yesterday said they had full employment for a day in the last 7 years. How are you having more success historically than the police department?
In 2023, we were at full staff for 6-9 months, something to that effect. With all the competitive salaries going on out there, and it being a paramedics market, people are jumping for $1 here, $1 there, or something else. So we've seen that take place, and we were down at one point almost an entire shift, which gets very demanding on those that are remaining. So I think we're having some very good success hiring currently.
All right, thank you. So unlike some departments that have presented, when the fire department has a shift not covered, it basically runs into overtime. Is that an accurate statement or a mostly accurate statement? So like you still have to cover your shifts. It's not like if someone doesn't show up, you can just like, all right, we're not going to respond to anything for that 6 hours.
Exactly.
So that's why, so what I did looking at the numbers is I looked at regular and overtime just together. Because I figure if it's not in one, it's in the other. And I'm just having, I'm struggling with the jump to 27, and I'm hoping you can kind of speak to it. So if you just look at actuals, and you add regular and overtime together, you get 2.4 million in 24, 2.6 million in 25, and you go to 3.4 in 27, which is an increase of 800,000. I understand there's a contract change. I understand that I understand there's a contract change, but even with that and replacing of staff, I would think that I'm still feeling like it seems heavy to me. It feels, I'm not saying that the budget change makes sense. The dollar change from actual to 27, it feels very heavy to me. Could you speak to that, or can you speak to that?
Sure. So when we have a vacancy, that's 4 shifts every week that has to be filled. We have some groups. So currently, we have some groups right now with a single vacancy, but I also have 3 members out on IOD. So that means on one shift, I have to fill 3 vacancies 4 times during the week. That's 12 vacancies that have to be filled each week for that group. So, and that's why I say anytime someone's out, we have to fill. The other option, which is not one I recommend, not one I endorse, is you'd have to reduce staffing for the day or something like that. But that gets into difficult circumstances because we already cross-staff some of our apparatus, meaning, I'll give you an example. I came by the center station to talk to someone the other day. There's an ambulance and an engine sitting outside. No one was there because they were on other apparatus responding to calls. So cross-staffing is also a challenge for us. But primarily, it's the number of vacancies, whether it be because it's a vacancy or because someone's out injured. The other thing that has increased over the past year or two is we've had a number of hires. Each of those hires has to spend 10 weeks at the fire academy, for which we have to cover their 48 hours a week that they're out. And the other addition for the past maybe 10 months is sending them to paramedic school. We have to cover the days that they're in school that they would normally be on shift. The days that they go to school that they're not on shift, that's on their time. So it's a little bit of a partnership as to what we're offering for paramedic training. Does that address what?
Mostly, and I'm sure if we spent hours going through the weeds of it, it would make more sense, but just kind of high level, because no one has the patience to listen to this for an hour. So in 2025, which has the same staffing level as 2027, is the assumption in 27 that effectively you're full staff and you're not going to have vacancies? Am I saying that correctly?
I believe we're looking at the numbers that way so that we can fully staff
Right.
and reduce the number of, there's still going to be vacancies for
Understood.
different things.
I
but-
just to interject, the budget for FY '26 added a new staff member to the fire department, so the actuals in FY '25 reflect one less FTE than FY '27.
Okay.
So, and other components of, when you're looking at actuals to budget, is that a lot of the contractual increases were in the comp reserve budget. So so even though it makes it look like a bigger increase here, because the funding was in another budget.
Okay.
To cover that cost.
As I said, like the 400 increase makes sense to me. I was struggling with the actual change of 800, because I understand there's a contract change, I understand, but the way it was explained does make sense that you're budgeting for full staff. I'm going to pivot to my next question. And if you covered this and I didn't hear it, I apologize. Does the fire department have the same or similar level of paper inundation that the police department has? Or are you folks spared from the constant paper reports and everything? Because the police department spoke yesterday about trying to get things into a system that would make things more efficient and easier, and so that this team wasn't, constantly filling out paper forms and saving them. I just don't know how the fire department runs. I just was curious if there was any issue with that in your department.
Okay, I'm not familiar with the police paper shuffle. However, with probably the exception of my office, a lot of the paper shuffle is gone. We used to have to write EMS reports. That's all done in the computer now. Fire reports, all done in the computer. Permits, all done in the computer. We have OpenGov, we have something called ESO, we have the nearest system now. So a lot of what used to be on paper is now done electronically.
All right, I'm going to defer to the rest of my team here if they have questions. Go, Greg.
Chief, good to see you again.
Likewise.
So last year, I guess my question was about key performance indicators.
Yes, sir.
So I'll start there.
Okay. Similar to last year, our key performance indicators are based primarily around NFPA 1710, which gives us requirements, or it's a consensus standard. It's not a requirement, but it's a consensus standard. It looks at alarm answer times, which is managed by the dispatch center, and they keep records on that. Alarm processing, turnout to a fire. It's suggested that we turn out to a fire within 80 seconds of the alarm, of dispatch. Turn out to EMS within 60 seconds. First due engine, we look at that within 4 minutes. A second due engine within 6 minutes. The initial full alarm for a low hazard, 8 minutes, and the initial full alarm for a high hazard within 10 minutes and 10 seconds. They also put parameters on number of people or number of staff and firefighters that you need. So for an example, a single-family occupancy, a typical single-family occupancy, if it comes in as a report of a fire and there's a fire there, they suggest a minimum of 16 members or 17 if an aerial device is to be utilized. When you get to like a strip mall, you're looking at 27 to 28 members that you have to assemble. And garden-style apartments, the same, 27 to 8. When you start talking high-rise, which I mentioned now we have several, you're looking at a minimum of 42 members to assemble for an apartment fire. So we rely heavily on our mutual aid partners. But when you have mutual aid, now you're dealing with time. And fire doubles in size, it's logarithmic. Every minute, it doubles in size. So until you can get water on that fire or a sprinkler system works, and I'll give you an example. We just had a fire on Craig Road last weekend. The sprinkler system was able to contain it. It didn't put it out, but it contained it, and we had to go in and put it out. So that's where it becomes important with our code compliance officer, making sure that systems are working. And he's done a great job. He's found a lot of different things out there that we just never had a chance to focus on. And he's making vast improvements in people coming up to compliance, and he's doing it in a very, business-friendly way.
Second question then is, what risks are introduced or reduced by the pilot program? And how are they being evaluated before you basically make your recommendation?
So the pilot program is looking at some of those key performance indicators that I just told you. Time to respond, time to assemble a certain number of people on scene and things like that. So that'll be important. The pilot program itself, one of the biggest feedbacks I've received, especially when we had the 2 stations, is that the staff really was able to work together well, train together well, enjoy the camaraderie of being a firefighter, and also respond. Their response time and response on scene now becomes similar because they're responding with different apparatus from the same station. So they're arriving on scene with multiple people. So that's enhanced safety. With 3 people on an engine, we had a mattress fire in one of the apartments. 3 people showed up. That allowed 1 person to run the pump and 2 others to now take that hose line up multiple sets of stairs. And this apartment complex happened to have the half stairs that keep scissoring. Very difficult to run a fire line up that by yourself. So the enhanced staffing with 3 on an engine improves safety, improves efficiency. There's, as part of my budget, I believe this year, I may have been last year, Ellie will have to help me. I included a NIST report, which looked at efficiencies of staffing engines at 2, 3, or 4 personnel. If you go back to the NFPA compliance standards, their recommendation is a minimum of 4 on a piece of fire apparatus as far as an engine, and 5 on a ladder truck. So we are below those consensus standards. I would love to get there, but I understand the balance that we have to work together to find. And my number 1 priority is safety of our personnel. Just like anything else, we can't help others unless we're in a good position to help ourselves.
Hey, Chief.
Good evening.
You mentioned response times. Do we track response times and how, are they improving? Are they?
So our response times, I don't have the exact numbers in front, but I think they've been very, very reasonable and meeting expectations for personnel and for our community. There's some place, it depends on, there's always variables. So if everyone went to a call up in North Acton for an alarm investigation and now we have a call in South Acton, the response time's going to change. In those types of situations, we always look also to our mutual aid partners to assist. And for example, with our 5-story, 2-building multi-complex down in South Acton, I've been in conversation with Chief Lawless from Maynard, and we're going to put their ladder truck as a first response, not only because of the height of the building, but also our ladder truck is limping along right now. We've restricted its use to reports of fire, chimney fires, and mutual aid for fires. We used to run it on alarm investigations. We're not doing that anymore to try and keep it and maintain it in service, primarily due to the diesel exhaust system, that the regeneration, it's a first generation of that system, and it's caused a lot of problems that they don't seem to be able to fix.
I don't recall. When did you say the new ladder truck would be available?
I believe it's supposed to be August of '28.
Okay.
That's a 4-year build-out.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate the presentation. You said that we hired 7 this year, but we're still down by 4. You got 3 in the queue. The good news is it sounds like we're on track to being only down 1 by the time FY27 starts.
Well, that brings us up to our previous staffing of 10. We technically have those, I'll call them 4 positions. The 2 impact positions that were never filled make up part of the 11. The 1 half firefighter that was authorized, I believe, as of January. And then what we did is we took the ALS coordinator's position and incorporated it into an on-shift position. So
Of the 48 FTEs on page 67 of the book, how many of those 48 positions are currently vacant?
it would be a total of 7, but 3 in the queue, so there'll be 4 vacant.
Okay, currently 7 vacant, 3 in the queue. You said that 7 were hired this year. Did we have anyone leave?
We may have in FY '25. We had 1 member who, due to OEMS issues, was not able to stay.
Okay.
Let's see,
What I'm getting at is.
there's how many left? Yep.
Are we worried about, do we believe that with the new budget, the new payment structure, that we should have better stasis moving forward?
I believe so. I believe not only the new contract, the fact that we have a paramedic engine. One of the things that some towns have struggled with, which we struggled with as well, is we hired paramedics and they get what they call stuck on the ambulance. And people less senior to them were jumping to the more highly coveted engine position. Now that we have a paramedic engine position, we have room for advancement for them as well because they want to do both. They want to be firefighters and paramedics. And if they're so-called stuck on the ambulance for their regular shift, they still were able to fill overtime shifts on the engines and the ladder. So that career development, I believe, has helped. I believe the contract has helped, the fly car has helped. So I think all of those things that we've instituted has helped with retainment.
Thank you. So these 4 open positions that continue to be empty at this time, I understand that you have the initiatives to try and fill it, and I know that it's an objective. If you were a betting person, would you think that you're going to get there this year, or is this chronic?
I believe this year we're going to get there. With all those changes we've instituted, we have a great bunch of folks. The deputy has been working very hard to weed through the applications and select appropriate candidates. We certainly had some candidates that just weren't going to make the cut, but that's in any job.
Understood. Are we about even on mutual aid calls? This is by way of saying, are we beggaring our neighbors? Are any of them beggaring us? Or does it more or less come out in the wash and from a regional perspective? Because Acton being, a relatively small town in a region,
Yep.
does it come out about even?
I'd say it's about even, but we might be doing a little bit more than we're receiving. It depends what we're talking. If we're talking sort of ambulance mutual aid, there's a couple of our surrounding towns that do not provide an ALS service, and they will call us sometimes. They also have the opportunity to to call a private service that operates in the area, but they're not always available. By OEMS regulations, if we have an ALS unit available, we must respond. And I was in conversation at a chief's meeting this week, and if you dig deep into the regulations, it says even the chief, if they're trained, the deputy chief, anyone in the station, if you have equipped, whether it's ALS or BLS, technically you're required to respond, which means you got to drop whatever you're doing and respond. We don't have an ambulance at the PSF, so that doesn't include us. But that was interesting. If you read deep into the regulation, which is old, that's a requirement of running an ambulance service, is if someone needs it, you must respond.
Does this imbalance, even though you've been very polite about stating it, does this imbalance rise to the point of something that you believe should be brought to the state legislatures to try and get some redress from the state level from a regional perspective?
At the current time, I'm not certain that would be the most appropriate. Some of our surrounding communities, for example, Concord, they're very soon going to be at the ALS level.
Okay.
So that will help even it out. The other thing is we do generate some revenue from that. So every time we go mutual aid for the purpose of providing ALS to a town that either doesn't have it or doesn't have it available, we are able to be compensated for that run. So it does generate some revenue as well.
Okay, so the juice isn't worth the squeeze on trying to fix the imbalance at this time. Okay, why have the number of inspections not returned to pre-COVID levels? In your chart on page 72, I totally understand why inspections went to
Almost zero.
next to nothing, zero in '22, but it sure looks like we're not back to pre-COVID levels yet for a number of inspections conducted. And was that also, is this where the code compliance officer comes into play as well?
Absolutely. I think you're going to see those numbers dramatically increase. In the half year that he's been here, he's done roughly 363 inspections. He's done a lot of code compliance. He's done oil tanks, propane tanks, a number of different inspections. So that's just 363 of the fire-related inspections. If you add them all up, he's done quite a few. And the captains continue to do some if need be, but very few anymore.
Okay, so we expect good things to come for the FY26 number when we see this next
Absolutely,
year.
without a doubt.
Let's see, there's that, last one. When there is a problem with the ladder truck or any of the other larger pieces of equipment, where do we go to get them serviced? Do we have a contract with a centralized location, or do we do it, do we roll it out back and figure out how to jack it up on a massive jack?
Depends what the issue is. Simple things like tires, oil change, stuff like that are managed by a company in town. Anything that has to do particularly with the DEF system, we go back to one of the, I forget the name exactly, but it's a local service representative for the ladder. And sometimes they'll come to us. I'm working aggressively with our apparatus maintenance person to say, either you fix this problem or you find some way to, to resolve and make it available to us, because it's typically what would happen is the ladder truck would go out 4 or 5 times, and then the regen light comes on, and then it doesn't regen, and then it goes to an all stop.
Okay.
So I've heard that it's a sensor problem, I've heard that it's a filter problem, I've heard all different excuses. It's very frustrating for us as well, and costly.
That is a private entity that you're contracting with, right?
Yes.
So being that it's a private entity, and being that fire engines are, in their very definition, among the most important pieces of equipment in town, I'm assuming a private entity like that probably does work on other vehicles as well. Do we get priority when we roll in with a fire truck that needs work to be worked on? And is that written into the contract?
I don't believe it's written into the contract. However, they know that we have some issues that we need resolved, and they've been very receptive to taking care of it as quickly as possible. Like I said, they'll even come out to us with their computer to try and help with this regen system.
And this, you said this is fairly local? It's not like you got to drive the truck half an hour or an hour to get to somewhere?
Maybe about half an hour, 45 minutes.
Okay, okay. Is it within Mass or is it?
It's in Massachusetts, yes.
Okay. Again, private, thank you.
Private, yes.
That answers all my questions, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Is the ladder truck under warranty?
No, it's 2009.
Oh, okay, all right. I was curious, do we know if Emerson Hospital will be bringing back ambulance service? I know that they have a big construction project planned. They're expanding their emergency department. Do we think that they'll be able to fill any of the sort of local gaps in ambulance service?
In my estimation, I would say no. I used to work for them, and I was there when they made the transition to a private service. And I don't believe they have any intention. That's my guess. If you want me to investigate that, I'm certainly willing to do that. But I don't believe they will. I do know that some of the towns in the Neshoba Hospital region are receiving $5 million from the state to help augment their services. I also heard that an additional $5 million is going to be available to the other communities, and they're basing it on something to do with responses since COVID. I'm waiting for the language to come out, but there's going to be $5 million to be split. What our take is going to be on that, I have no idea. No more
Think we're done with
burning
the- I
questions?
think we're done with the Finance Committee questions.
I think you win extra points for Padumpo.
I just wanted to take the opportunity to once again thank all of your staff for their incredible flexibility with the pilot program over the last year, and also for both of your leadership and vision. It's incredible, the list of changes that you've made in order to address issues with supervision and retention and recruitment. So kudos to you, shout out to the entire department.
Thank you, appreciate that. Okay, thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank
Have a
you.
great night.
Well done, well done. Okay, so we are going to continue our presentations. We're going to be heading over to the Recreation Department. And Tom is going to introduce that once he settles down here.
Thank you, John, and good evening, everybody. It's good to see everybody again. I'm happy to present the recreation budget tonight. So joining us from the Recreation Department, sitting right behind us, is Mike Collins. And joining us at the table now is Mike Collins. He is a Recreation Program Coordinator. Mike has been here for just about a year now, right, Mike? Congratulations, happy anniversary. So joining Mike in the Recreation Department is Events Coordinator Maura Haberman. We have a part-time registrar, Heather Wright, who replaced the office manager who retired in the middle of the year last year, and senior worker Paula Walsh. We're currently getting close to hiring a Parks and Recreation Director for the department that'll oversee the department, and we've shifted from a Recreation Director to a Parks and Recreation Director that will give a lot of focus on our current conditions of fields and facilities and help us develop some long-term improvement plans to be able to bring mainly Nara Park and some of the facilities there back up to where they should be. So Recreation Department begins in section 117, or page 117 of your book. Recreation manages the usage, programming, and capital planning for a number of facilities, including TJ O'Grady Skate Park, a number of athletic fields like the School Street Fields, Elm Street Fields, Veterans Field, Camp Acton, the Recreation Center at the Audubon, and NARA. Additionally, the department, as you all know, hosts a pretty good summer event series that's highlighted by a summer concert series and Pride Fest that kicks off the summer. While a few of the staff are budgeted in the general fund, majority of the operations are budgeted through the revolving fund, which is on page 179. And I'll jump right back to there and start to talk about some of the differences in this year's proposed revolving fund budget. That is the last page in your budget book. As you can see, the major changes in this budget is a $20,000 increase to seasonal. That is for park stewards and park rangers. We're looking at increasing some of the hours that they work throughout the year to help provide some more maintenance and improvements at NARA. We've also increased the buildings, grounds, and maintenance by $25,000. That's more in line with what's been expended in past years, as well as if we're going to be improving the grounds and some of the facilities there, we'll need to fund some of those, so that's how we'll do that. Another driver on the budget this year is a $20,000 increase to machinery and equipment. What we're proposing to do, so since this is a revenue-generating budget and we're setting the revenue for the next year, typically we've been fortunate enough to be generating more than what we anticipate. So that carries over every year. And what we're looking to do this year is to tap into that reserve to be able to fund some improvements. And one of the improvements that we'll fund through this are signage and replacements around NARA. So as you drive up Ledge Rock Way, you'll notice a sign that sits on some plywood. That's from the construction. So it's a 25-year-old sign, and we'd like to replace that with a formal welcoming sign that better matches some of the other facilities throughout town. Some of the key performance indicators in the budget that are found on, I believe, page 121, 119, thank you. Those focus on camp registrations and program registrations and facility reservations. So the first one that we're pretty proud of is an increase in camp and program registrations. As you see, that's jumped pretty significantly. Last summer, the department decided to shift from offering programs all the way up to 8th grade and dropping the 8th and 7th grade program, but creating a new counselor in training and a leader in training that would still give those kids an opportunity to join camp, and then increasing enrollment for the lower grades, 3rd, 4th, the ones that we've had a wait list. And because of that, we realized an increase in being able to provide, an increase in registration and being able to provide summer activities for the community. The other one that you see is the facility rentals and the hours of rented. That's decreased in prior years. And we're transitioning our it may be due to some of the tracking that was done prior. It was all done on paper, and we're starting to move towards MyRec, which is used by the community to register for programs. We're going to move all registration and reservations for facilities to that system as well to give us a better idea of actual hours and facilities rented. So that's a quick recap of the recreation budget and what the recreation department does for the community. Mike and I are happy to answer any questions, and thank you for the opportunity.
Questions from the select board? Alyssa?
Thank you. I have a question. Well, first of all, I'll say congratulations on the increase in camp registrations. That's very nice. I do have a question moving forward to the model of contracting out the camp. It's probably one of the most, if not the most affordable summer camp option for families in town. And I'm just wondering if that pricing will be able to maintain at that low level, even if we're moving to the contract model, or if it will increase just slightly and not, enough for people to notice. And I know we have scholarships that will continue to be available to folks that need them, though.
Thank you for that question. So we have put out an RFP for a potential outsourcing of summer camps that actually is due tomorrow. And the intent of that is to see what's out there for operators and what a third party could provide to the community if we were to outsource camps. Along with that, we intend on looking at the same time, Mike has been planning out camp for this upcoming summer with the idea of 2 parallel tracks, and then whichever one better fits the community the most, we would go with that. So we wanted to see what we could find in the community. Our intent is to continue offering affordable camps for all the community and to continue offering as many scholarships as possible. Mike worked last summer and will continue this summer with third parties that offer scholarships. We're actually starting to look at after-school programs as well during the school year that would be certified from the state so that we continue offering a place for kids to go during summer or after school. And we anticipate taking the model that we have for summer camp and instituting that for the after-school program so that we would maintain affordable programs both during the summer and then after school throughout the year.
David?
Thank you. I just want to make sure I didn't miss this in your opening remarks. What are your hiring plans for this coming year in the Recreation Department?
I'm sorry, hiring plans for
So
the
are-
director or for seasonal summer?
So is it, I was just wondering, is it just the director or are there other positions you're filling?
For right now, the only vacant position for our year-round staff is the Director of Parks and Recreation. We will soon, once we've decided where we're going for summer camps, which direction we'll go, we'll be advertising park stewards, lifeguards. We'll also be advertising potentially camp counselors, directors, and some program coordinators as well. So that should be coming out in the next few weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Board of Finance?
This first question is driven from my experience renting spaces from the school system, and I don't know if this is appropriate or not, but whenever there is space rented, like if you had to rent a gym or something from the school, you have to, it's a mandatory, you have to pay a custodian in addition. When we rent spaces, is there a charge built in for someone else to like walk through the premise to make sure that like whoever just rented it didn't leave a disaster for the next group coming in? I just don't know how everything works. I was just curious if that's built into the pricing or how that functions.
So it's not built into the pricing, but we have the park stewards that are there at the park, and we get a security deposit for the rental. And the park stewards walk the premises, make sure that the trash is taken care of, make sure that it's in, good condition, nothing happened to it. They report back to us, then our office releases a security deposit at that time.
Thank you, that answers my question. Questions from the Finance Committee? Greg?
Tom, you
Greg.
beat me to the KPI punch,
I tried.
and you've got a department that's revenue generating?
Yep.
I got no questions.
Christie?
I don't mean this in any sort of self-serving way, but I would love that any of the camp options we go with be good sources of jobs for our local students. It's a place that, since my kids were little, there was always a counselor they knew. There was someone who was going there, and I know that my daughter has other connections with younger kids in town from having worked at Camp Hilltop. So I would love to, even if it's contracted out, have that be an important part of what they do. Both a place for our local kids to work and to keep maintaining that broader sense of community.
Agreed, and I will say that I think that that's an important component of this, that if it does end up being outsourced, that I think that there'll be a need from the operator, but also a driving need for us to include some sort of involvement of former camp counselors or future camp counselors that would want to work for Acton.
Any other questions for Finance Committee?
Anything else from Select Board?
Alex?
Good evening, everybody. Facility rentals are down over the last couple of years, and I'm sure that they're a large revenue generator. Cause and any plans to be laid out to increase?
Yeah, thank you, Alex. That's a great question. So I think it's a collection of a couple of different things. Facility rentals in the past have been handled through a paper system. And unfortunately, when it comes time to track those, I think some of the documents have been misfiled and we just haven't been able to count them correctly. Not saying that this large decrease is a result of that. I think that youth programs, from what I understand before I was here, that there was more of a need across the community for more fields. There's some fields, McPherson Field is one that comes to mind, that are underutilized, that would be heavily permitted throughout the year as well. I think that what we can do as a recreation department is start looking at changing trends. Cricket is a large increasing organization throughout every community. Disc golf is another one that we could potentially look at other areas for temporary baskets that people can use. So with the new director coming online, we're hoping that as a team, Mike, the new director, and Maura can start to develop some creative ideas on how we can remarket, but also repurpose some of these facilities that are underutilized.
I'm all set with questions for Finance Committee, you think? All set?
Okay, I think we're good. Thank you very much.
Nice work, Rec. Our next presentation will be from the budget for the libraries, and that budget is overseen by Library Director Maria Palacio. Come on up, Maria and team.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Maria Palacio, as John introduced me, and I am the director of the Acton Libraries. As you know, we're super fortunate to be served by 2 library locations here. We have the Acton Memorial Library right next door, and the West Acton Citizens Library, which is our neighborhood branch. Together, these libraries allow us to meet the needs of residents across the community, from early literacy to lifelong learning. This evening, I'll be referencing information beginning on page 123 of the budget book. With me tonight is Carrie Darcy, our Assistant Director, who will speak to our services, programs, and strategic goals. She also gave you the handout that you have in front of you with our KPIs. So our staffing overview includes, we're supported by 31 plus employees, including professional librarians, those who hold a master's in library and information science, circulation and patron services staff, and also librarian substitutes who ensure service continuity for us throughout the week. We also benefit from a strong volunteer corps, including adult and teen volunteers who support shelving programs and special projects. Our staffing model is designed to maintain consistent service across 2 buildings and to meet rising demand for programs, technology help, and public service. I don't know why I did that, because it's right here. Sorry. We also strive to provide flexibility while remaining fiscally responsible. Our team's work directly supports accessibility, safety, and high-quality customer service for all residents.
Of the library services that we provide, they are far more than book lending. Our services also include robust physical and digital collections, public computers, Wi-Fi and technology assistance, study, meeting, and community gathering spaces, programs for children, teens, adults, and seniors. We continue to expand our non-traditional library services, including our Library of Things, streaming and digital resources, and museum passes. Our goal is to ensure that the library remains relevant, responsive, and accessible to a wide range of community needs.
So some highlights and accomplishments. This fiscal year, we successfully expanded after-hours and experiential programming, demonstrating how the library can function as a vibrant community space. Some notable examples include our Teen Haunted Library. We had a regional collaboration with Sargent Memorial Library in Boxborough and the Concord Public Library, and we welcomed 96 teens to the Acton Memorial Library. We also had some support from trustees and select board members even helping us out. So this reinforced that the library is a safe and engaging space for teens after hours. Then we had our murder mystery at the library, which is an adult program, and we partnered with True West Brewery. We drew 129 attendees drawing residents from Acton and neighboring communities, and demonstrated a strong demand for creative social and adult programming. These programs highlight the library's evolving role as both a cultural and a social hub.
Of our goals, we have three we're going to talk about today. One is fostering community connection and cultural enrichment. And to do this, our plan is to host at least 2 after-hours community events annually. 2 events have already been scheduled for this year, with additional programs planned for later in the year. We also look to connect with residents where they are, and to do this, we plan to expand our community bookshelf locations throughout Acton, repurposing weeded materials from our collection to get further use. And then leveraging our Connected Online grant, which we were awarded in partnership with the Acton Housing Authority to provide laptops to residents over at Windsor Green and help provide technology assistance in learning. Lastly is to balance tradition with innovation by maintaining strong core library services and thoughtfully expanding new offerings that respond to evolving community needs and interests.
And now for our performance metrics. So those can be found on page 127 of the budget book. Some highlights include that circulation has finally returned to pre-pandemic levels, and we have, which is reflecting renewed in-person engagement. 24% of our circulation now comes from digital materials, including ebooks and digital media, such as Hoopla, Canopy, your Libby app, Overdrive. And our program offerings increased by 32% over the previous year, with a balanced mix of in-person and virtual programs. We are serving children, teens, adults, and seniors. We have programs that we offered in FY25 were stable with FY24, but also in line with our 2026 goals, where we have offered 496 programs so far this year and plan to offer more in FY27. These metrics demonstrate both recovery and growth, as well as evolving patron expectations. So, budget. We continue to closely monitor the budgets for both of the library locations, with particular attention to the rising use of downloadable materials. In response to increasing monthly invoices, we implemented a cap this year on monthly checkouts through Hoopla, one of our digital content providers. That was a tough decision. This measure helps stabilize costs. However, as patron demand for ebooks and other downloadable formats continue to grow, we strategically reallocated existing funds to strengthen that budget line. With circulation now averaging approximately 60% print and 40% digital, non-traditional, which includes like anything that is not a physical item, we anticipate continued fine-tuning of the materials budget to responsibly align spending with patron demand and evolving usage patterns. And that is all we have today. We'll be open to questions, and we thank you for your time and your support. I know some faces, I saw some people like on this side that came to our murder mystery, so that was awesome. So thank you for your support. We love that you visit our libraries. We're proud of the work our staff is doing. We're grateful for them every day. If you've been at our libraries recently, I think you can feel the buzz, the energy that we have with all our new staff doing some amazing things. So please continue to encourage them. We're really proud of them. And we're happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the select board? Alyssa.
Thank you for the presentation and all of your work all year long. I'm so impressed. I'm very impressed with the 3% total increase. That's nice. It's better than the double digit that we saw in other departments. And I'm super happy to see that our circulation is up to pre-pandemic levels. I did notice in the changes and ongoing challenges section that you talked about staffing pressures and challenges and using substitutes and volunteers. Yesterday, we heard about a targeted social media campaign for helping with recruitment, getting candidate pools larger for public safety, fire, and police. And I think that was a partnership with the Human Resources Department. And I see that you are doing something similar, but are you anticipating seeing similar results, or have you already started seeing that?
Thank you for that. Are you talking are you asking if we had a social media campaign, like for, say, the librarian one position at West Acton or just any of our
I'm
positions?
asking, I've seen the job postings on social media for sure, but I'm just wondering if there was anything extra that you partnered with HR to have. I don't know the details of the targeted social media campaign that the public safety did.
I think one thing that we've noticed with HR and hiring is that when someone's looking at a job posting, they quickly go and see what they can figure out about the town. And what a lot of people find is that our library has an awesome social media presence. They're doing things every day, video, pictures, infographics, creative things. And I think whether or not it's a targeted campaign about a position, just having a profile showing the creativity and excellence that is in our libraries is a recruiting tool in itself. And not just for the library, it's for all the departments. If people see that, they say, oh, this town's got something going on. I want to work there. So, and do we have a targeted HR campaign?
We do not, well, for the librarian one, we did something that I believe you said had tons and tons of views. And we did not do a specific one for that. I think it just turned out that it got a lot of traction. And I believe we had maybe I don't want to say, but we had dozens and dozens of applicants for the West Acton one, whether they were people that were viable that we could pull through. But it was a really nice, big number of people. And then we did partner with the town on the Elfie visiting during kind of the holiday season, and that got a lot of views. And we are getting that feedback. In fact, John, thank you from candidates who tell us that they've looked at our pages and at our accounts, and it seems like a fun place, and it actually really is. So.
Thank you for that. And I also just wanted to note that I really appreciate seeing you reaching your goal of being out in the community, meeting people where they are, because I see you everywhere. I see you at the festivals, Oktoberfest, Pride Fest, Farmers Market, Danny's Place. So that it's really good to see the library going out outside the walls of the library into the community.
Fran.
Thanks for reminding me about Elfie. I loved that. I also wanted to just ask a quick question. Can you elaborate on the last goal listed is bridging the digital divide, and what does that look like?
So one example of how we're working to do that was the Connected Online grant that we were just awarded, where we will be deploying laptops. I think it's 30 laptops to Windsor Green, and part of that will come with technology-based classes to help with educational learning, but also workforce development and improved access to healthcare. So we also, and in conjunction with that, we offer regular monthly classes at both library on using either library resources or different computer-based products. And then we also have regular appointments that anybody can sign up for to meet with the staff person one-on-one and on any topic. And we'll do our best to kind of help troubleshoot the issue or work through and teach them how to use the service.
I don't have any financial questions, but I have a staffing question, and it's more from my understanding. And my wife did go to the murder mystery. I did not. Day jobs and volunteer work tend to occupy my time. I'm trying, the staffing of 18 full-time, 31 total, I know that if I walked into the library, I wouldn't see 31 people there. Between the two libraries, what is like the normal on-the-ground people count in each building? Like West Acton, like you have 2 or 3, and then here, and I know you have the volume of people because you have a lot of part-time people, so that the number's higher. Could you just maybe just kind of just high level talk about how the building's covered?
Well, we at West Acton, I would say there's at least one person all day. And sometimes there's a little bit of overlap. There's a person that might work like a senior worker a few hours in the morning and then being taken over by by someone else. And in circulation, we always have, what, like 6 people maybe? You do the scheduling usually, right?
Yeah, so at West Acton, we have 4 staff that work there, and the remainder of the staff work primarily, but there is overlap. We have cross-trained all of our staff to be able to work at West Acton with the goal that there should never be a lapse in coverage over there. So there are 4 that are routinely scheduled over there, but 2 of those 4 regularly pick up shifts over at the main library as well. So I would say 31, with the exception of the 2 senior workers that were over at West Acton. All 31 staff do work at the main library as well.
Get this, so if it was like 3 o'clock on a Tuesday, there'd be 31 people working?
We would have about 20.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get to.
Yeah.
It's like, I know it's not, I didn't think it was 31. So it's like, you have 4 have to cover West Acton, and over here where there's more things and there's programs going on, you have, like 3 times the amount because you have more space and you have things going on here. All right, that makes sense. Any other finance questions? I'll go over here first. Christy?
I haven't heard anyone talk about it in a while, but I wanted to point out that in terms of community value, you have the only free third space. My knitting club sits in your little, I think it's like the solarium. There's nowhere else for people to go. We could buy a coffee and fight for a table, but it's really incredible. So I hope that continues to be valued, because I don't know how you would keep track of it, but please keep up having that free space and defend it if there's any challenge.
Wait, so Christy, are you saying that you only meet in the solarium? So you're not part of knitting club, the one that Heather leads?
My knitting club,
Okay.
us 5 women,
Yeah.
meet once a month in the solarium,
Okay.
just as a,
Nice. You could also
We
join
shall.
our knitting club if you wanted to just sit around and
oh,
do
thank
your
you, but
projects.
this is,
Yeah.
this is like highly
Got it.
hard to get into.
Okay, okay.
Selective.
Exclusive at the library. Got it. Okay.
Hi. You might have addressed this, and I'm sorry. I was just curious, the streaming, what's being streamed?
Well, we have services like Hoopla and Canopy. So like, for example, Canopy, one can stream movies and videos and I think even music on Canopy. No? But definitely movies for sure. And then Hoopla is also like just ebooks and videos and, and music, yeah.
So people are doing that remotely or at the library?
No, they can do that remotely with their library card.
Okay.
Just enter some of these services are limited to Acton residents, I believe Hoopla and Canopy both, because of the cost is but if people just come in and get their library card, and then we help them download the app, and they put in their library card number and their PIN, and they can access all of these digital materials from wherever they are.
Okay, thank you. I have one other question.
Yeah.
It just popped into my head. You know, the app, I think is that called Libby?
Yes.
Does that cost you guys when somebody uses, that's in the budget, obviously, but?
Yes. It does, yes, there's definitely a cost associated with that, and like every item, it's like buying a book. Some can cost like $100, and there's like a license. We get, a certain amount of checkouts. So it's definitely a big part of our budget.
Okay.
And growing.
So so are you paying for the license, or are you paying for the number of times people check out a book?
All of it. It's however the publishers let us purchase it. So there's all kinds of controversy around with publishers, how we are probably one of their biggest buyers of books that we consume. And so there's some limits sometimes to how many we can buy or how many times they can check out. But that is part of our regular collection development of, making sure that we have the newest books in all formats, whether it's in print or digital.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I noticed that the police chief is here in the back, and Monday, he wondered why the library won the KPI award last year. And I think, Ann, you were seated there when that moment occurred. So if the library wants to start advising other department heads, they too could be in the running. I also have to disclose that I used the library's free space to talk about Tom Paine's Common Sense. And yeah, could I get that space anywhere else in town? Mm-mm. So I got no questions.
On your full-time equivalent chart on page 124, in the categories of staff librarian and library assistant, the little parenthetical numbers are the number of real people and in the hours they work is what's shown as the full-time equivalents.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's okay, John's saying yes.
Yes.
Yes, that is the number of people, yeah. We've looked at this like so many times, but yes.
Sure. So are all these people benefit positions, or some benefited and some non-benefited? Or how's that work?
So all of the full-time librarian positions, of course, are benefited. We have 3 library assistant, 2 positions that are benefited, that 29 hours. All the rest of the library assistants, and that's the biggest team at the libraries, are not benefited. So starting with me through at least 3 of the 3 library assistant 2s are benefited. I don't know why it says 4 there, though, for 2. Are we missing one? 3. It should be, yeah, that's a mistake, actually, it should be 3. For library assistant 2s, there's only 3, not 4.
And the other question I have is, what's a seed library?
Oh, a seed library. Okay, so at the West Acton Citizens Library, we have this happened way before I got there, or even Carrie got there. There's a, remember those old card catalog things that you just kind of, so one of the pieces of furniture is being repurposed to have seeds in there. So we buy the seeds, and then people can come in and grab whatever they're wanting to plant and take a packet or 2 and go and plant them, and then get more if they need it.
Do they have to return anything?
Nope. They could bring me some avocados or something. That'd be nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
There are not a lot of book distributors left in the country, and one of the largest ones just went out of business, Baker and Taylor. Has that impacted us at all?
Yes, it did impact us, but we have an amazing head of material services, Dory Lewis, who took it all in stride. She kind of saw things happening, a slowdown in Baker and Taylor, and she started to reopen accounts with other providers like Ingram, and what was the other one with the B that we just? Yeah, we're looking at Brodart and other ones. So there was a slowdown, and all of a sudden we just got just a bunch of books that have come in. Patrons, from a patron standpoint, I don't think they've really noticed that. We have a couple of questions from people about why things aren't in yet, but we have explained, and patrons have asked us about it because they're, watching wherever news or whatever about that. So some challenges, but we've been able to manage.
That wasn't a gotcha question. I heard it on NPR a week ago.
That's where a lot of people get the news. That's
yeah.
fine. No, that's okay.
I was very, and I was looking forward to asking it, so you guys have it all under control. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nice work, library. Okay, our next presentation will be from the Health and Human Services Department, which is a team of divisions that are led by the Health and Human Services Director, Penny Fonioli. Penny, take it away.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. It's really exciting to listen to my peers show how well this community is caring for our people. That's it. So good evening, Select Board and FinCom. I'm excited to be here. My name is Penelope Fanioli. I'm the Director of Health and Human Services for the town of Acton. I've been here for 1 year and 10 months, and excited to be here for a long, long time, so that's exciting. In the Department of Health and Human Services, we have 6 divisions with 5 department heads. Our 5 department heads are excellent. They've been serving your community for a very long time, and they care very much about their work and the people that they serve. So I couldn't be more proud, and in some ways, that makes the job just so much better, not in some ways, it makes it so much better to come in every single day. But it also makes it a little bit easier when you have really highly competent staff. The Health and Human Services budget starts on page 131. In our department, we have 17.775 FTE, or 22 staff people who are supporting individuals. We are also supported by 2 regional staff. This is funded through a Public Health Excellence Grant. One is an inspector who supports our inspectional services. The other is a Community Health and Wellness Coordinator. She does a tremendous amount of work to support me directly on many of the initiatives that we're working on, and and we'll be rolling out mental health first aid and buried in treasures and other programs, education programs that are supportive to our community members. You will see in our org chart that it changed slightly. The Community Services and Transportation Director and the Human Service Administrative Assistant were taken out of the town manager's budget, put under the Health and Human Services budget. They work under my direction, and that's where they should be. So that's where you will see a change in that. We've added some new staff. 2 positions were unfilled, and Heather York was filling them for a long time. So I think this is probably the most proud thing that I am to report, is that we have an incredible public health nurse. We're sharing her for a third of her time goes to the town of Littleton. And in many ways, it's so efficient because she's able to be at statewide meetings and be on all kinds of different, calls, but also she's able to do disease tracking and contact tracing throughout the week for both towns, depending on the case counts. We also have our on-call and per diem nurse, Davine Arrigo, phenomenal employee. We couldn't be more happy to have her support us. She does over weekend calls, and she does cases throughout the week occasionally. We've also reorganized some of the budget of the health department so that we can really support our inspectional services. The town, before the reorganization for Health and Human Services, had a director of public health and 2 health inspectors, and an administrative assistant. In that time, they still contracted with a food consultant to do food inspections. That consultant is no longer doing her work in our town, but that gave us a real opportunity to take the dollars that contract was providing for those inspections, and we're able to increase to 300 hours instead of 100 hours of her time. We now have 400 hours of food inspection and weekend inspections. So we've hired Michael Seeger. He's a well-trained, well-seasoned food inspector. He's working in other communities, but he works for us on the weekends now. So we'll do Friday, Saturday, and Sunday inspections for food service. We'll be able to do our farmers markets, weekend housing calls, any sort of emergencies that happen over the weekend. We have a weekend inspector now. It was a major gap that needed to be filled, and I'm very proud that we did that, and that we have a high quality individual supporting us. The role of Health and Human Services for the town is really critical. We are the backbone of a healthy community by protecting public health, supporting vulnerable populations, and addressing both social and environmental factors that influence health. We create a town, or we help to create a town, where people can live, work, and thrive. And I think that's really important because one of our key performance indicators is a lot bigger than an indicator. It's an impact. Impact is hard. If I could have a behavioral economic person in my department, I could probably pump out a lot of ways that we're saving money for individuals in this community, because our nursing services addressing someone who's had a fall or a hip replacement, then they're asking them to come back, go to a balance class, come back to a maintenance class, come to the COA and hang out and enjoy yourself. It's also a third space, just to keep that in mind. It's free, and it's a really exciting environment. I love it so much. If you love puzzles, come on down. But that said, we are supported by our colleagues. we can't have healthy, thriving individuals in our community if we don't have the library doing cool and exciting things in the evening, or having great, steady program, or the rec department expanding what they're doing and looking at different ways to provide recreation in our town. The one thing that I keep hearing over and over in this community is that everybody wants the same things that happen at the senior center in all ages. So that's so exciting that everybody wants to be together. They want to be enjoying and learning as a team or as a group. But we are always faced with real concerns. We have people who come through our doors that have extreme hardships. So our jobs are not easy. They're not always happy and fun. We have increasing demands on social services for all ages, especially seniors. We have minimal services there are challenges in elder services, both in funding from the top down and staffing that they have to support our elders. So it often falls on our staff to support at a higher level than what may be expected of a community. In November, there was a significant rise in food insecurity. I think we all know what happened. We responded very quickly. We organized our food system. We got talking to each other. What's the need? What's it? Good news. They had it figured out. This is one of the most well-oiled food systems I've seen in municipalities in my career. It's amazing what's happening here. But they always need help. We need to convene. We need to make sure we're on top of it. So we are. But there's even more demand for housing needs. We do not have money to support residents who are going to miss their rent that month. At this point, the only thing that we really are helping with, and we are getting a lot out of it, is our housing legal clinics. These, if you remember, ARPA dollars were centered to have a housing clinic. So this is a monthly conversation with individuals who are facing major housing legal concerns. We've been able to support individuals that the health department was going to legally push on their housing issues. We've said, why don't you talk to this legal service? And it helped move the whole process faster. So that is a huge, huge asset I wanted to point out that we are still utilizing. We are data-driven. We want to do data-driven decisions. We've been working on our data collection and really improving a lot of different ways in which we're doing that. So we know that OpenGov came through the town about 2 years ago. The health department has 40+ permits. It's very different than the building department and the planning department. When we entered all of our permits, we were doing it very quickly because we were also operating a health department and transitioning from paper onto line. So what we're doing right now with that is we're going through methodically our large permits and looking at inefficiencies in our permit workflow. We're looking at ways that we can better track using OpenGov the work that we're doing, so we can have our septic inspections, boom, 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 in the field on a tablet. All of this stuff is coming and we're building it this year. I hope to be able to report much more detailed information from OpenGov next year. My senior center is an amazing tool. You look at it and you think, oh, is this Netscape 1997? It's not. It's super sophisticated. We moved to my senior center for our transportation system to monitor and to schedule our rides. It has increased our service availability because of it, because of the way that they built their transportation system. We're very happy with that. Laura will expand on that. And then, as you know, many of you know, maybe not all of you know, but I'm doing community listening sessions or focus groups in the community. We've had, Wanjiko, I believe, spoke about this last night. We're doing this as a team. We have similar outreach efforts. There's no reason to do two different tracks for that. We're doubling up and helping each other out. It's really been so amazing to talk to our residents. That's my favorite thing. I like people, that's why I do this. So I'm very happy to get to talk to everyone. I just completed one a couple hours ago. With that data collection, we will then bring back what we've learned through our narratives, and we will bring it back to the community and then reinvigorate a strategic planning process. So that's coming up. How do we stay afloat? We try real hard with all the ways that we can. We're looking at donations, of course. That's where we get all of our great free programming at the Council on Aging. Donations that go to the Acton Nursing Service for medical care and for podiatry clinics and all kinds of ways. By the way, podiatry clinics can save lives too. That can really extend your life, getting your feet cared for, believe it or not. We get direct reimbursements from the state for our veterans officer. So we pay 25%, 75% comes back to us, right? I got that right, okay. We are looking at grants all the time. Any grants that we can find, we want to grab. Grants are difficult though, because if you try to build something that you're missing in your department on a grant, how do you sustain it? So those are also very tricky and need to be thought about when we're approaching these grants. The permitting and the fees that we get from that, and then finally insurance, right? We get a large amount from the nursing service through insurance payments that help move our services forward and support our residents. I want to highlight the Public Health Excellence Grant. It is really, really providing a major service to us, and especially in our inspectional space. And if that grant does go away, we have to have a deep conversation about that. We will not be able to cover our inspections if we do not have that support of that regional staff. She's highly qualified. She's doing an excellent job with our hazardous materials permits. And we really need that support. So fingers crossed they don't cancel this grant in the next few years. The behavioral health programming that I talked about that SRAE does, and the townwide mental health first aid bearing charge. I already briefly talked about that. So what are we faced with? We're faced with growing demand of need, high need, really complicated needs, complicated housing cases, complicated social service calls. All of these could use a clinical lens on it. We are not clinicians in the clinical therapeutic space. We are all caseworkers in this department. A therapeutic component would support moving these cases faster and more comprehensive support for the individual, getting them connected to the services they actually need. The other thing that's happening is everybody wants to be in our programming. So we have wait lists for watercolor and for horticulture and for podiatry clinics. And residents are not happy that they have to be on a wait list, or that their regular program that they love, they couldn't get into because their call went in too late in the day, and others wanted it. So we have a bit of a challenge where we really could double up our services, but we don't have the staff or the capacity to do that. So we're not asking for anything, but I'm telling you that that's a fact for us. And we want to do more for our community members. And then just the fact that, the federal government down is not funding public health, emergency preparedness. They're taking dollars away from mental health and substance abuse services. So let's say that it is not an indicator right now for what I'm hearing in the community, but let's say that substance use or mental health was a major issue. We wouldn't have access to those grants, and those grants are very helpful. They can really change lives. So this is a real challenge for us. We're gonna keep being light on our feet, tactical, and looking for ways to continue to cover our service and the needs of our community. Typically I would turn this over to Matt Dow to speak for the health department. He is not able to make it due to a family emergency, so I'm going to do his presentation for him, which is great because I enjoy being in the health department. So Matt has been with the town for almost 10 years. He's coming up on 10 years. We have 3 full-time employees in the health department, Matt, Way, and Jen Schmidt. She is now our administrative assistant. She's making a huge impact in only a few weeks. And again, because we're a part of the Northwest Public Health Coalition, which is the Public Health Excellent Grant, that is the other staffing that we have that supports our office. And then I already discussed the per diem inspector, or the specter, the weekend inspector. So our budget for the health department is on page 134, and the actual budget details are on 137. There's an enterprise account and revolving budgets you can find on 165. So the health division has general oversight of operations, including food, septic, camps, pools, housing, body art, body works, freshwater beaches, emergency preparedness, hazardous materials, and sealers, weights, and measures. These are a lot of different things that we're covering and we're watching out. And one thing you can know is that if you haven't heard about a controversy at your food establishment, we're doing our job. That's an impact, right? No one's getting sick. This is all because we're here helping out, making sure we're silently supporting you without you even knowing it. Very exciting. But I do want to say just a little touch to tack on to what Chief Arnhem said. We in public health have a high responsibility for public health emergency preparedness as well. I have been working with her and with Andrea through the Sustainability Office, looking at those resources from the public health entities, the emergency management side, the sustainability side, and we're all working together as a team. I am on the board that oversees our Medical Reserve Corps, so I will be helping with the volunteer recruitment and the work that we'll do with that. And again, we are expected to provide and to do the work to ensure that our emergency preparedness plans are in place, that our, that our shelter is there, that we have all the resources we need. So public health has a deep role in this as well. So we're responsible for 5 budgets, 1 general fund and 1 enterprise fund, 3 revolving funds. All proposed budgets have level funded with the exception of position control that I mentioned earlier. I'm sorry, this is his speech. I don't know what I said earlier, so I'm gonna, sorry about that. As you can see from the performance metrics on page 136 in year 25, some permit numbers we have issued have decreased from the prior year. For example, food metrics are down a bit from last year. This is due to food establishments closing and less temporary food events in general. We do have a few establishments opening, and that is a more intensive process for our food inspector to go in and get all the setup, make sure that we review their food plan. So there's good news in that, and that I know that we're working really well and closely with our economic development director, Patricia Costa, who's phenomenal, on making sure that we get our businesses here and that we want businesses here. We need jobs and we need good community, working, whatever, the money moving around the community is what I meant to say. The hazardous materials line, you could take a look at that, and you'll notice that we have brought that cost down. We only ran 1 hazardous materials day last year, and it was successful. We will continue to stick at that rate. If anything changes, we would have to come up with some money because it's quite expensive to do a hazardous materials day. But thank you for your time. And the other notes that he has here, I just want to say, is that our fees are in line with surrounding communities. So we don't have a lot of opportunity to increase fees to increase our budget. And that, again, we're trying to continually make sure that we're tracking our inspections and that in each education moment that we get, that we take the time to do it and spend that time with our vendors to make sure they understand our public health concerns and that they operate them properly. Thank you. Next, we will have Heather from the nursing department. Heather is the director of nursing, and she is going to speak to her office. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny. Hi, it's nice to see everyone. I'm Heather York. I've been the nursing director for almost 22 years. The nursing budget starts on page 144 of the budget book. We currently have 5.6 FTEs between these 2 budgets, the VNA and the public health budget, which includes myself, Kathy Flannery, our clinical manager, Susan Sama, our public health nurse, Elizabeth McNamara, our community health case manager, Davine Arrigo, our per diem or as-needed nurse, Denise Whitney, our administrative assistant, who is also a certified home health aide, and Catherine Breest, who is our certified home health aide. So there are 2 budgets for the nursing department. They start on page 147. The first is the 01522, the VNA, or the home health budget. Acton provides home health services to the town of Acton and the contiguous towns, providing skilled nursing, physical, occupational, and speech therapies, and certified home health aid services under doctor's orders as patients are referred from a variety of sources, including doctor's offices, hospitals, skilled nursing facility, rehab hospitals, surgical center, and wound clinics. In that budget, there is only 1 change to the contractual line item 522700. This is being increased. This is specifically for our physical, occupational, and speech therapists. They're all contract staff. I'm requesting the increase related to the actuals from FY25. The second budget is the 01520, the public health nursing budget. We provide a variety of services under this budget, including mandated disease surveillance in cooperation with the Mass Department of Public Health, health discussions and education, programming, blood pressure and podiatry clinics, and we have a durable medical equipment lending closet, as well as we provide walk-in services for things like health promotion, questions, referrals, people that are looking for resources in the community. In this budget, there are no changes this year. Some accomplishments for nursing over the last fiscal year, as Penny mentioned, we hired a long open position of a per diem nurse, specifically for weekend coverage. That had been being covered for almost 3 years by myself and our clinical manager, Kathy Flannery. So we're thrilled to have her. She's a great nurse. She does help out on days that our main nurse case manager isn't available during the week. Specifically on her day off, as she works 4 days a week. So that we're very excited about that. The second thing is we hired a public health nurse. Again, over 3 years of not having a public health nurse, where I had been covering that. This helps to us expand our public health programming, our outreach in the community, our networking, and just the things that we need to do under the public health realm. Two of our programs that we're pretty proud of under the public health budget, one is our Balance Matters program. So this is actually not paid out of our budget. It's funded by the Friends of the Acton Nursing Service, fund a Balance Matters program every quarter. So this is a program that our physical therapist, occupational therapist, and physical therapy assistant run each quarter. They do assessments for balance and strength, and then they do a 6-week class to work with folks in the community. We feel that this is really important to continue because one of the biggest leading causes of injury in anyone over 65 are falls. So it's very important that your balance is well. We also have an anonymous donor who funds a maintenance balance program. So anyone that takes that 6-week class can come to a class. We do 2 classes every week, 52 weeks out of the year. It's always full, and it really helps to keep people safe in the community as we age in place. The last is under our public health budget, we started some senior strolls at Narra Park. It's more about socialization than about activity, just to get different people from the community, and 2 of the other communities that also are included in this are Littleton and Boxborough. It's great because these residents have met and now spend time together, where some of these folks were pretty isolated, and now they have a support group of folks in the community. We did expand to have our community conservation specialist, Ian Bergman, work with us over the summer last year. He did 1 educational walk with us a month, which was really well received. He did things such as invasive and native species, around Narra Park. He also talked about climate change. So goals for this year, we would like to increase our admissions by 10%. Last year, we increased by 3.5, which is good, but we would like to be larger than that. We'd like to add additional programming to our public health, our program overall, and outreach into the community. And now that we have a full-time public health nurse, that's also shared with Littleton. We're looking forward to doing more things in the community. And then we've also, one of our goals, it's partially met. We started using the My Senior Center software that Penny mentioned. We needed something to consistently track our performance metrics for public health, but also as a documentation system for our public health nurse for any kind of interaction she has with community members that come into the office that are outside of disease surveillance. This would be a documentation system that is HIPAA compliant for that piece of the service under the nursing service, as we have the VNA budget is our access HIPAA compliant documentation system for VNA services. So, thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Next, we'll hear from Laura Ducharme. She will review the community resources and transportation divisions that she manages.
Good evening. My name is Laura Ducharme, and I oversee the Community Services Office in the Transportation Department. The Community Services Office was established in 2009 to provide comprehensive case management services to residents primarily under the age of 60 years. My job is a lot of collaboration between other town departments in the Health and Human Service Building, as well as many community partners. You can find my information on page 149 of the budget book. There is no budget for my department as far as community services goes, except for my salary. Funds to assist residents come from donations, grants, and government funding. Primary services my office provides is application support to public benefit programs such as SNAP and Mass Health, to assist with emergency needs such as food insecurity, referrals for assistance to local nonprofits, and programs such as fuel assistance. In FY26, as Penny had mentioned earlier, we launched a monthly legal clinic for tenant and housing-related matters. This opened in January of 2025, and to date, 44 residents have come to the clinic, which is on Tuesday evenings, the second Tuesday of the month between 4 and 6 p.m. This service has prevented 2 evictions, assisted with complex needs such as homelessness, and provided advocacy for priority on public housing wait lists, and much more. This has been an effective collaboration with Metro West Legal Services in Framingham, and I can say that in the years that I have been working in Acton, with them being in Framingham, it has been difficult to get the residents to get services from them if they don't have a transportation vehicle, or they just aren't able to get up to Framingham. So having them come here has just been phenomenal. And Stephen Matthews is the attorney that comes every month, and he has just been great and has really, really worked really hard for the residents on their behalf. We also hosted a tenant rights workshop in partnership with them last spring. And what happened, the program just opened yesterday, but we did open the new child care subsidy program with the funds approved by voters under Article 5 of 2025 annual town meeting. And we are currently accepting applications for this program that will run through June 30th. And families who qualify can receive up to $2,000 towards their child care costs. Changes and ongoing challenges for the Community Services Department is that there has been a marked decrease in available resources. Massachusetts as a whole is facing unprecedented cuts of billions of dollars in federal funding to healthcare, housing, food assistance, and other essential human service programs. Despite these challenges, we remain committed to maintaining nimble partnerships and strong relationships with our community partners. Overall, social service support is taking on new forms, guided by the changing realities and emerging needs of the community. So for FY27 goals for this office would be to continue to reimagine and reshape services to reflect the evolving priorities and needs of the community. And FY27 will be a pivotal year of growth and change as we evolve a service delivery model that has served the community for many years. So where the resources are shrinking, and we're not always able to provide what we have provided maybe in the past 5 years with all the COVID funding and community support, services we offer may be more things like a housing clinic or other tangible ways that people can still get the help, minus the financial assistance piece, if that is continuing to go in the direction that it has been. And next I'll speak about transportation. Transportation is on page 150 of the budget book. And we have had transportation under Health and Human Services for about a year now. In FY26, we have had several accomplishments. We have begun to stabilize the transportation program and to really look at operating costs and service needs, as well as what's the best use of the service for the community. Overall, for FY27, operating costs were reduced by 2.4%, reflecting a 1.8% reduction overall for the transportation budget. We did this by terminating the lease of our 2 CAT fixed route shuttles, which are the ones that go around every hour, which is roughly $31,000 a year in savings. And through collaboration with the Lowell Regional Transit Authority, we have been provided 2 surplus shuttles that have been made available to us to support our transportation efforts. These shuttles are maintained by the LRTA and issued and leased to the town at a minimal cost. These savings position us to support future expansion of transit services. We also migrated to a new software through My Senior Center and their Rides Transportation module to increase ridership and also more accurate data collection. This is roughly going to save us around $8,000 a year for a much better, sophisticated, smarter software. In the spring of 2025, we did conduct a route efficiency study for both the on-demand and fixed route services. The study findings indicate a strong potential for increased ridership on the on-demand service, as well as sufficient capacity to add more frequent fixed route stops at the high-demand destinations, including the MBTA commuter rail. So what this is essentially saying is that we can add more service for the same amount of money and get more people on the bus. So that is a goal that we want to continue with. With this new software that I had just mentioned, between November and December, we've seen approximately a 15 to 20% increase in rides. So like our Minutevan had 13 more trips than they would have before, and the Roadrunner had 22 more trips. That's great, and the public has noticed it. The gentleman that we have dispatching for us said this computer software is finding things that I wouldn't see with my own eyes. So it's really going to be a big help. We also submitted a community transit grant application to the state to support our FY27 shared regional dispatch costs, and also a grant to continue with our mobility management study of fixed routes in regionalization. Penny and I have also set up monthly check-in meetings with our vendor to strengthen our partnership with them. They have kind of been on an island, and we're here, and we're trying to, reach out and let them know that we are here to support them, and I think that has been going very well. And the drivers are more involved with my office and day-to-day stuff, so they're more part of us now than I feel that they have been in the past. Changes and challenges. So even though we're finding ways to increase ridership, and we know that we can do that, expansion is challenging without funding. And we have emerging community needs. We have different populations that are needing transportation services that maybe 5 years ago weren't. Rides right now to medical appointments in the Council on Aging make up 70% of our scheduled rides. However, we are getting requests for employment-related transportation now, and also trips into Boston, to the Boston area hospitals. And also a goal is to continue to examine operating costs. I would like to continue with looking at our contract with our vendor, and also re-examining the efficiency of the van operating hours to find out if it makes more sense to run them less time or adjust their time, so maybe earlier in the morning would make sense, and then later on the day when it tends to be quiet, we may not need service till 6 o'clock at night, but we may need service at 7 a.m. So we will continue to look at all that. And in FY27, we are going to begin to promote, well, it's open right now. We have just released a new Crosstown Connect website, crosstownconnect.org, and we also have new outreach materials. The website can translate in over 100 languages, and all required policies to follow Federal Transit Administration requirements are now posted. And these are policies such as ADA discrimination complaints, how to file them, and also Title VI. It also received a score of 100 under the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. And we're looking to promote Crosstown Connect as an overall service. It's been, in the past, different van names, different hours, different populations listed as who can ride these vans, and it's just confusing to most members of the community. I'm afraid to call. What if I get on the wrong van? I don't know what to say. Can I take this van? And we want to stop marketing the service by each individual van and just Crosstown Connect. and you call the dispatch number, you tell the dispatch staff where you want to go and at what time, and they'll make sure that you're going to get on the right van. You don't have to worry about population, age, or anything like that. So we're looking to be promoting transportation as just Crosstown Connect. And we hope that it reduces hesitation to use the service and increase ridership. We have increased our ridership by 3%. We did 10,743 trips last year, and we're looking to increase that again by another 3% this year. And we also want to convene with our regional partners, including the Lowell Regional Transit Authority, the Metropolitan Area Planning Council, along with neighboring communities, to expand our regional influence in coordination of the transit services. That's transportation. A lot has gone on in the last year.
And I have to just give Laura a huge shout out. She has a very difficult office with high needs coming in, and she took on transportation from legalese down to policies, Title VI, you name it, she knows it. She's pretty amazing what she knows. She knows a lot of stuff, everybody. If you have a question, come to her. But I can't thank her enough for the work that she did, and it's been an exciting year working in transportation. So, and it's gonna get more exciting. I guarantee it. I'm excited, so. Sorry. Okay, so next is our Council on Aging Director, Sharon Mercurio.
Hi, everybody. The COA staff have collectively given over 115 years of service to the town of Acton. Really proud to say that. That's one of my goals, or, when asked about accomplishments, it's staff retention that I'm really proud of. Our staff consists of Beverly Hutchins, our assistant director, Chris Tarokas, the program manager, Rosie Atherton, our office manager, Bernice Nicole, our activity assistant, Fiona Starr and Wendy Curtis are our customer service coordinators, Terry Zaborowski, our fitness instructor, and Rosie Murphy is employed under the Health and Human Service Department, but provides support to each of our departments, including the COA. So I'm glad to have her as part of our team. Our department works under the guidance of Penny, who advocates for the COA, and she also helps us collaborate with other departments. As of the last census, there were over 6,070 people aged 60 and older in the town of Acton. The COA is best known for the senior center and the incredible programs, classes, lectures, meals that we provide. We also provide a lot of social services to our Acton residents 60 and older. We continue to grow each year. But I feel the budget book and our newsletter really kind of do a nice job outlining that. What it doesn't describe is what it means to people. I know some of you have visited the senior center, and it really is a community unto itself. The friendships, the bonds that form there, it's really hard to describe. A couple of months ago, we had one of our regulars that was taken out for a medical emergency. And these people that were strangers just a few months ago really cared about him. I came in the next morning, and before I even got to my office, one of them had reported he had called him and gave me his medical status, and somebody else had gone to visit him already. Those kinds of friendships and bonds that form, it's hard to explain, but it means so much to people. One of our goals this year as a department was to do outreach to our underserved community residents. The program manager worked really hard to form a rainbow group to connect with the LGBTQ community. Got some suggestions from that group of different programming that they wanted to see, and that's been implemented into our services. We've also been working with community partners to offer ethnic group meals and cooking classes, and we're seeing more individuals with their care partners coming. Our criteria is that you need to be independent. We have some folks that have dementia and now are joining us with their care partners, so that's been wonderful to see. The COA provides social services as well, information referral to anybody in the community that's concerned about somebody maybe a friend, neighbor, relative that's aging. We also assist with food and fuel applications, housing applications. We make referrals to appropriate agencies. We're also mandated reporters, so we are involved with protective services. We host monthly elder at-risk meetings, and that consisted of different town departments that we were able to collaborate with: police, fire, veterans, nursing, housing, but also Minuteman Senior Services as well. We're part of the hoarding task force in town and members of the Salvation Army. The COA offers free legal consultation, health insurance counseling, anybody that's hitting 65 and had to deal with Medicare this year. It was a nightmare. We had our busiest year. Our Shine counselors were just phenomenal assisting people. A lot of health insurance companies got rid of plans and left people kind of high and dry. So that sort of support we're able to offer to the people in the community. We also have AARP that does tax preparation for the lower income people of our community. We had over 1,600 social service interactions last year. The Friends of the Acton Council on Aging contribute over $25,000 each year. They support our programs and classes, making it free of charge to our residents. They're an incredible support. We also have a formula grant that we received from the state that funds 2 of our part-time COA staff members. It also helps us with programming and special events. We do a 90s birthday party. We try to do volunteer appreciation throughout the year. And it also helps offset supply costs. The majority of the COA operating budget consists of salary per position control. Little has changed in our budget. It looks like a big percentage, but it's a small amount. There's a slight increase in equipment repairs and maintenance, and that's due to aging equipment. Dues and membership, that line item increased slightly, and that's because we're seeing more of our 60-plus population. I did add more to professional development. We do have a new line item that Ellie helped us develop for events and supplies, just to pull out from that generic other supplies that was in our budget before, and travel has slightly decreased. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Sharon. It is a very exciting place to be, the senior center. This is James McCrae, as you know, our Veteran Service Officer for Acton Boxborough. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny. So yes, again, I'm James McCrae. I'm the Veteran Service Officer for Acton and Boxborough. I've been with the town of Acton for 14 years now. My whole job revolves around assisting veterans, surviving spouses, and family members with state and federal veterans benefits. A large portion of what I do is assist veterans with service-connected disability claims. A portion of my budget is on page 142, and I've assisted over 40 disability claims this past year. It was relatively busy, pretty busy year for disability claims. The vast majority of those claims I assisted with, all but 2 or 3 resulted in a award of VA disability of 10% or higher. These amounts from 10% values at $180 and change tax-free every month, and all the way up to 100%, which can be over $4,000 per month for veterans who meet certain criteria for claimed conditions. I would be comfortable in saying that half of the claims I assisted with were from Vietnam veterans and presumptive conditions from exposure to Agent Orange. So a number of cancers and other ailments the VA recognizes as presumed from the exposure to the herbicide in there, and those conditions and cancers can crop up at any point in your life, and it is presumed, and so glad that we're in this position to be able to help out in that regard. And on page 143 in my budget, you'll see my primary duty. It's under other veterans benefits, and Penny hit on this before, but it's a primary duty of a veteran service officer. Massachusetts is the only state in the country that by state law there must be a veteran service officer for every single town, and the reason for that is to provide veterans and surviving spouses with this state veterans benefit called Chapter 115 assistance, and that's what that budget is for. What we pay out to these individuals on a monthly basis, 75% of that is reimbursed by the state. It's a means of financial need assistance on the immediate local level, and it's great that we're able to distribute that. Part of that assistance includes medical reimbursements as well, cost of Medicare B, Medicare D, supplemental coverage, prescription copays, hospital copays, and things of that nature. So individuals that meet the financial criteria to be able to get that money back in their pockets is a great thing. I also assist with Memorial Day parades and ceremonies, Veterans Day parades, not parades, but ceremonies, and other small various ceremonies throughout the year, flag retirement ceremonies, coordinating with the local scout troops and things of that nature. So, that's all I got.
Thank you, everybody. We're here for questions.
Questions from the select board? David?
Thank you for all your presentations. It's really good to hear about all the services that you guys provide. Am I correct that we just have, all the on-site inspections are done by just 2 employees, is that right?
So we have, again, a mix of a regional inspector for 2 days a week. We have 2 inspectors in-house, Matt and Wei, and then we now have a per diem inspector, which will be over the weekends. So he'll do about 8 to 10 hours per week.
Okay, so 3 of our employees do on-site inspections.
2 of our employees, and then,
And
no,
two
two and a point.
plus the per diem.
Yeah, point something,
Yeah, I understand. 3 people that we pay.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. And I like the idea of having a well-seasoned food inspector.
Me too.
You said that, actually.
It makes me, I'm not that good at puns, and I just got it. Thank you.
And just one question for James. Have you seen any problems in VA benefits or coordinating with the VA in the past year?
Any problems in terms of?
Of people receiving their benefits or people being able to put in new applications? I'm just wondering if things are running smoothly there.
Sure. So I don't know if you may be alluding to maybe some articles from the Washington Post that have come out or other issues with, I'm just trying to gauge.
I'm just wondering whether, from your point of view, things are operating normally or whether you're having, or the veterans in town are having problems.
The problem with the VA, and especially with disability claims, is that I always tell people when I joined back in '04, it was the buildup to the Iraq and Afghanistan war, and you're inundated with commercials, the Navy, the Army, be all you could be, join. And when I got out 5 years later, I have not seen one commercial from the VA or other about veterans benefits and what's available to you. And unfortunately, all too often, I'll meet with a veteran for the first time, let's say a Vietnam veteran, and they just don't know what the presumptive conditions are, and I'll run down the list with them. And they might have 2, 3, 4 of those conditions. And I say, okay, we need to put in a claim. So the dissemination of information, I do what I can to get the word out. It used to be tougher in past decades to get an adequate rating or not be denied for certain claims that you put in. It's come a long way in that regard, I'd say. I don't know, we just do what we can to get the word out as best we can, but there are definitely some issues with disseminating that information.
Great, I'm really proud that you provide that service to our residents. Thank you.
Other questions from the select board? Alyssa?
Those were amazing presentations, and you answered all of my questions. But I guess I would like to just say thank you for the work that you do, because I see so many increases, increasing numbers of riders on transportation, increasing number of older adults. What are we calling them now?
Older adults.
Older adults. Yeah, we're not calling them seniors anymore. Older adults that are coming in for programs. You're increasing the diversity. Yeah, so I think all of my questions were answered. I might have a suggestion. The note about needing a clinical case manager, is that something that is ripe for regional collaboration? similar to some of our, I don't know if the Northwest Public Health Coalition could come into play, but maybe some other coalition regionally to share.
Yeah, I would
case
definitely be
management.
interested in looking at that. I think we're also talking about, is there a way to do a mixed insurance-based? That's difficult, so I am looking at like how you could do that if it's possible. But part of the issue with that is whether the other towns are ready for the same type of service delivery that we are. We have because of this whale oil machine, because of the work that they do, we're at a far advanced space in terms of case management for a lot of communities. So I think that I'm gonna put my feelers out for sure, but I definitely, there's also an issue in the entire field of public health and understanding how hoarding and housing cases operate and what is truly needed at that call, and that's another issue. And I'm advocating at a state level for that, because it's a problem. But yes, I want to do that. Thank you.
So, thank you very much. I'm frankly impressed constantly by the growth of the services that you folks provide. I've seen the town's needs have grown. I've seen how important it is to provide these services. Some 10 or 12 years ago, Jim and I shared an office for a while, and just seeing how having somebody that's really focused on the project can really encourage a lot of these veterans to come in and get the services they deserve. And it's really made a big difference going to a full-time or 95% time person to do that and to focus on it. Along the same lines, certainly looking at the nursing service and the great services they provide, and moving on to the Council on Aging, back around 2010, 2012, there was a move to perhaps build a new senior center. And that didn't advance very far, but part of it was a challenge that we got from the community at large and the Finance Committee that, well, you can't prove that you really need these services, and you're going to build this thing and nobody will show up. So moved into the present facility there on 30 Sudbury Road, and I think Sharon and the rest of her team have shown that, yes, if you have the facility, they will show up. And every time I go up there, which is not terribly often, but often enough, I see something new going on, and I see new members of the senior population showing up there. So I think what we've done is we've proven, and Sharon and her team have proven that yes, there is a need, and there is a population out there that really needs that, call it the third space, or whatever you want to call it. But it's been fantastic. And I think that's one of the things we have to look at moving forward. I know we're in the process of securing another 5-year lease extension, but I think we have to look beyond that. Unlike the questions that were raised 10 or 12 years ago, like, well, do you really think the senior population is going to increase? Well, I think the demographics have shown the senior population has increased and the need for services has increased. There's this huge demographic shift, not just in Acton, but worldwide, towards having an elder population and a smaller student population. So I think we have to look proactively at what facilities are going to have to be provided in the next 5 to 10 years, and what staffing is going to be required. So, I'm not known as much of a bleeding heart type person, but I think you guys have done a great job. So, thank you very much. Turn it over to the Finance Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask numeric questions, apologize. I think everybody's doing a great job. I echo a lot of what Dean says. first question is, just to make sure I understand which area is doing this. What part, if this is the right question, this is the right group, does the inspections on chemicals at businesses and how they're handling them?
So that's the health division.
So that's you folks, right?
It's the public health department, and we have 2 accounts that work to do that. We have a hazardous materials account, so all of the permitting fees go into that account. We use that for our personnel and for the hazardous waste day, and then we also use our general budget.
The inspection for that, is there a third party doing those inspections?
No, we do those inspections.
So there was just people in town, people here?
Yep.
Who are the 2 people that do that?
Right now, it's Arleni Soto Alamonte, who's our regional inspector, and Matt Dow. Way is training to do them. She will be doing them. And if she hasn't already started the training, she will be doing them independently soon.
All right, thank you. And my numeric question is going to seem not material, but I'm asking it because probably for Heather, I think your budget's the only budget that has mileage reimbursement. And I see cars parked behind the building. I just want to understand why we have mileage reimbursement.
I can, do you
Yeah,
mind
you
if I
can
take
handle
that?
it,
So the nursing service, right, all of our work is in the community. They're driving to homes. This is how we do our job. All of our inspectors use town cars. So the nursing service doesn't have a town car, and that's why you're seeing
Okay.
mileage. In addition to that, we have multiple staff that are doing that, and I think too, the contractors as well. So our contractors as well would
Yeah,
see
it's
that.
not material, it's just that.
No, not the contractors, sorry.
Of the entire town, there's only one department that submits mileage reimbursement. I just wanted to understand why. All right,
Add to it?
any question? Christie?
I'm sorry, y'all know after me doing this for a few years that I'm a little touchy about the fact that the revenue for the nursing service is now hidden. I'd love to know how reimbursements match up with the visiting nurses, Medicare insurance reimburses, matches up with our expenses for that division. And have we seen a change with more people switching over to Medicare Advantage? My understanding is that they reimburse at a lower rate.
Yes, Medicare Advantage plans reimburse at a lower rate than straight Medicare does.
Yeah.
When there was a shift about 2015 with the Medicare Advantage plans, our revenue stream lowered.
Yeah.
Because the majority of people switched from straight Medicare to Medicare Advantage. Our revenue for this year was $195,000.
Okay, so, and that is to line up with the $500,000?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, for kudos. So like, what, anybody else?
Couple of questions. Under the health division, I don't see any new FTEs, but the salary has gone up $211,000. So you may have mentioned that. I don't know if it's a readjustment of somebody from a different
Yeah, it's
division.
am I correct? It's the reorganization of Laura, Rosie.
And so that was in what department, that was in what line item before?
They were in the town manager's budget.
Okay. Okay. Since you're at the table, and then I'll get to my question for James. Sorry for such a strange question, Heather, but has the Lone Star tick shown up in Acton or Middlesex County yet? And would you promise to tell me if it ever does?
Yeah, I want to know too.
I honestly don't know the answer to that. Susan Sam has been doing it since I ended doing the disease surveillance. I have not seen anything, and I don't believe we've
I
had
heard there were
anything in
cases in
Acton.
Maine, and that scares me.
I mean,
Yeah.
it is literally creeping up Massachusetts. It's at central Mass and it's going to go all the way north. It's very invasive. The Martha's Vineyard is completely riddled. Their health departments are getting the I don't know what it's called, Profanol, whatever the spray is you put all over yourself, and they're handing them out. Handing them out to workers because it's that critical.
Okay. Veterans question, hopefully this is just a clerical question. On page 43, near the line near the bottom of the page, other charges and expenses, the veterans benefits. Is that the line item that you said gets reimbursed by the federal government at 75%?
it's one of the last ones, roughly 70,000?
Yeah, 78,000?
Yeah, so 75% of that budget is reimbursed by the state.
Okay, so
It's the state budget, not the federal budget.
Sorry, state. Okay, so, but that's not our cost at the end of the year. That's just what we pay out, and then we wait to get reimbursed 75% of it.
Exactly, and I think the turnaround time might be somewhere around a year.
Okay.
But, yeah,
Okay.
that's what we have allocated to, yeah.
Okay, so the actual impact to the taxpayer is a quarter of the 78,000.
Just want to get him on the mic.
Thank you.
Can you repeat that last part?
So the actual hit to the taxpayer is a quarter of the 78,000, could be delayed by a year or so
It's one way to look at it for sure, but we do get reimbursed 75%, yeah.
of that line item. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
While you're there, James, how many veterans or surviving spouses do we have in Acton?
So, I conduct a veteran census every 2 or 3 years that accompanies the annual town census.
That I know, yes.
Okay, so you've seen it before,
Yeah.
previous years. And based on those responses, I've compiled an Excel spreadsheet and mailing list for both Acton and Boxborough. Combined, the feedback, the responses I get from that, combined with talking with the clerk's office, what they have on file, the assessors as well, compiled a mailing list that I'd say we have roughly 600 Acton households on the mailing list and another 180 in Boxborough. That's not to say that I know that I heard Leo from the clerk's office talking to you guys last year. And one thing that I didn't really think about until he said it was that only about the return rate for the census is only hovering around 80%.
Yeah.
So having said that, obviously the veteran population is a sampling of the population at large, but in general, it would be safe to say that they're even more reserved and try to keep to themselves, the veteran population. So we may be even seeing less of a response in that regard. That's not to say that the people that we assist know other veterans in town, and that word of mouth goes far when we get positive results, so.
And one for Heather. Immunizations, you used to do a lot of flu shots. What happened?
So we saw during COVID that there was a decrease in the amount of people that were coming. As an affluent town, Acton got a very small amount of flu vaccine through the state, and we purchased it ourselves. And there were stipulations on that flu vaccine that we received from the state that it's only for underinsured and uninsured folks. If we didn't use it, we'd have to give it.
So I couldn't go anymore?
No, we do definitely have people that are uninsured and underinsured, but the population isn't as much as you would imagine that are coming for vaccines, unfortunately. So because we were buying the vaccine and the numbers started falling for people that were coming to the clinics, because I think people got used to going to the pharmacy during COVID for vaccines. That was a big thing, or doctor's offices, but I think it's mainly the pharmacies. We weren't seeing the numbers come, and it just wasn't fiscally smart of us to keep purchasing it and wasting it. Waste is not a great thing in my mind.
Okay, thank you.
But we are very much looking into the fall of next year, doing employee clinics, doing some clinics, working with a pharmacy to partner to do that because of the loopholes of the state, because of the front-end costs of purchasing flu and then maybe not delivering that flu because we didn't get enough applicants. So we want to continue to get smart about that, but we need to increase vaccinations. Our flu season is really not good this year, and it's only going to keep getting worse.
So what happens if somebody comes that is under, can't afford to get a flu vaccine? What do you do with them now? They come to you and say, I want to get the vaccine. I can't afford it. Do you send them to like Acton Pharmacy or CVS or?
Yeah, so we would refer them off to someone in the community, whether it be Acton Pharmacy or one of the other pharmacies, their doctor's office. There are free clinics in the area that folks can go to. There used to be a mobile vaccine that used to, I think it was the Ronald McDonald? Was it Ronald McDonald, I believe? And that has ended quite a few years ago, unfortunately. but still are some clinics that do that. Also, the urgent care centers do vaccinations also.
Thanks. My in-laws were living with us for a short term. Acton Nursing Services came in to take care of my mother-in-law from being in rehab and things, and they were great. And
Thank
James
you.
doing the flag ceremony last year, I think we'll probably do another one this year with the Scouts. It was
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, we had
Summer,
a lot of flags.
that was so many.
And if anybody ever want to see it, you probably heat this building for a good part of the winter with all the flags that we burnt.
One more plug for the nursing service, since we probably have our television audience hasn't left us by now. If you happen to need a walker or a crutch temporarily, I have found that you can get them at the nursing service and they'll just lend them to you. It's a wonderful service.
We even
Yes,
have
please
like
don't buy
very
them.
specialized, like, there's equipment there that it's very, very expensive and it's now free. Standing walkers, I mean, it's amazing equipment. I want to get on one of the scooters and go around the, but I'm not going to do it.
Since apparently I really shouldn't ask you about KPIs, I'm going to ask you a difficult question.
Okay, here we go.
Not everything that you do is easy to measure.
No.
And I'm reminded of the fact that one of the things that Acton ranks well for is being one of the best places to live in Massachusetts. So how would your group of departments try to measure the really hard thing to measure, which is how do you contribute to making this one of the great places to live?
It's a great question. I think we're contributing by serving, again, vulnerable populations, people who do not have the affluence that many of us do in this community. I think I would love for the rest of the staff to also chime in on this because they're amazing. But I think that we're also, again, at the public health level, right? So I hope that this is the case, is that for so long, you've had a public health department that focused on environmental health. Public health is bigger than that. It is population health. And these departments are providing that level of, top down, looking at this at the biggest picture. So when I'm thinking about health and wellness, I'm thinking about the community operating as a whole. I'm a whole person, so the community needs to be filled whole. I think my boss does a great job with all his employees, making sure that we're all working together to provide this really true community that's supporting each other. I mean, just the who was saying about the groups and the meetings? I mean, it's amazing what you see. I was just at Mount Calvary. Couple of residents I already know, we came, we talked. It was a wonderful conversation, and they were telling me how they support each other and how they go here and they're gonna do this. It's an active, healthy community, and that's why we're one of the best communities, because people wanna be in a healthy space, right? Well-being's fun.
Answered my question.
Oh, okay, they could have talked to that.
Actually, being a member of the senior community, or what are we now called?
Older adults.
We're the older community? I don't know, the badge I have here says senior center, so are we now the older center? But, yes, the activities there are phenomenal. One is sitting right next to you. The Java with John Sessions.
Oh, yeah.
The seniors get the inside scoop on what's going on in this town before a lot of other people do. A lot of people say, how did you know that? And I said, well, I was at the senior center and I heard Java John. There's a lot of information. And I think based on the attendance, yeah, we've had to be on a waiting list to get in.
So in answer to the question about flu clinics, my wife and I spent quality time at the Elder Americans Center, I guess, this afternoon, getting our flu shots. It was not run by the nursing service, but it was something coordinated collaboratively with the nursing service and with the COA, with a local pharmacy. and it was quick, efficient, and I guess because folks are used to going to CVS, there were not a lot of people there. There was no waiting line. So, it's just another example of the kind of things that you don't think of that you can get at the senior center, but there's another one. I'll defer to my colleague.
Yeah, I lied. I do have a couple of questions that didn't get answered. One is about the clinic today.
Yes.
So we didn't pay for that. That was Acton Pharmacy that came in. How many people were there?
I think there was half a dozen. There wasn't a lot.
Oh, dear.
It was a catch-up clinic.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
he did
okay.
also, he did COVID also for folks
Yep.
who were interested.
But he provided that?
Correct.
It wasn't a cost to the
Nope.
town?
Right. No cost.
Okay. So the other question I had, I noticed that for transportation, the section for social and recreation is pretty large, 41%. And I'm wondering, I need to get on that new website that Jim announced to us at our most recent select board meeting. I haven't done that yet, so the information may be there. Are rides available on the weekends, evenings?
No, but wouldn't that be great?
That would be great.
Wouldn't that be great? And wouldn't that feed the transportation system if
It
everybody got
would.
access to transportation?
Because I'm thinking, there's shuttle service to Diwali Fest, which is on a weekend. Wouldn't it be great if there was shuttle service for Pride Fest and Oktoberfest and the Martin Luther King breakfast at Beth Elohim? And let's figure out how to do that.
And we did put a small piloting project into the most recent dispatch grant so that we could pilot a, potential grocery run on a Saturday, for 4 hours, something like that. But I think it's necessary.
It would be nice. And I guess I have a suggestion for the name. We could call it The Center at 30 Sudbury Road.
I like
Just
it.
copy Littleton's The Center at 33 Shattuck.
Jim?
Alyssa, thanks for reminding me that I had a transportation question. I love this FY 2027 goal about the enhanced fixed route schedule, because I know I saw that from the consultant's report, have more frequent stops, reduced wait times, maybe extend the length of it a bit. And is that currently consistent with the budget, or is that going to need some other funding, or what?
No, actually, the consultant's report, all those runs would cost us no more money.
It's just increased efficiency.
It's just the vendor, working with the vendor to.
I'm remembering that, like getting rid of some of the stops that almost nobody ever uses, so you can go faster. Okay, got it.
And it will be bi-directional, so it will be going
Oh, right.
up and down, so people won't need to wait as long for pickups and stuff like that. So it's actually, we really want to do that. We're working with the vendor to work out the bugs.
Yeah, I remember being very excited when you were outlining the report. I'd forgotten that it wouldn't actually mean spending any more money, which is another wonderful thing. Thank you.
Yeah, there was we have 2 or 3 commuter rail stops right now, or 4. This new route would be every hour on the hour.
Fran?
I just have a quick comment, and Penny, it was something that you said. I had been recently trying to help a woman in Stowe try to get transportation, and there are no evening hours, like if she wanted to be picked up after working hours. So what would that entail? Because I know that Acton and Stowe kind of have the same program.
I think there's a two-parter, right? Like, one, you got to get them to come to it, right? So if we find the fund, like if we get a grant fund to pilot it, to get it going, we still need to be aggressively advertising, which is what our goal is right now. So as we're working to increase that ridership, the knowledge of the service, I think that we could then look to do that. So when we applied for this regional grant, I think that's really a big goal, right? Is to get people across town. So if we can get West Concord and Concord residents to all of our grocery stores, awesome, right? They want that. That's what Concord told me last week. You know, if Maynard, they want us to go and hang out in their night space. I like that. That sounds pretty cool too. So there's a lot of interest around the region to increase night and weekend service as well. So that's on the table for sure. It's going to take a chicken and an egg thing. Like, how do you get it going and get it sustainable?
Hi. So I think I mentioned this last year, and nobody remembers except for me, that I wish they had services where my parents live, like we have in this town for seniors. And so I asked, I think I asked a similar question last night. I know like we're required to have this veteran services, and I think that we're only one of like, what, 2 towns in the state that has a nursing service or
That's
something like
correct, yep.
that. Is the Council on Aging Senior Centers thing, adult, senior, or older adult center?
Active living.
Whatever. Is that, like I said, they don't have it where my parents live in Ohio. Is that something that's common in, like, across Massachusetts? Like,
Yes.
everybody does this?
Yes,
Or-
Council on Aging in each community.
Are there, is it like a state requirement, or just something nice that we?
It's a state requirement.
Every town in Massachusetts needs to have.
Go ahead, Mary. Come on, then it's awkward.
I know, we're really fortunate. So every town in Massachusetts needs to have a Council on Aging. What that looks like is very different. We're really fortunate to have staffed with a senior center. Some, it just might be somebody working 5 hours a week out of town hall basement, but everybody has that resource in
Okay.
Massachusetts.
I think I'm gonna like add on a little bit to what Dean said to, I guess you guys, that as the senior population grows and the school enrollment declines, I hope there's a little more, I don't want to say give and take, a little more take from the schools as far as the piece of the pie that starts getting allocated towards stuff other than the schools in this town. So, thank you.
Thanks.
And we're 4 years away from Gen X coming in to senior.
I think the Finance Committee's done with our questions.
Oh, can I know, I'm sorry, I got one last taunt. Taunt. As a Michigan Wolverine,
Okay.
I root for 2 teams. One are the Wolverines. The other one is anyone who can beat the Ohio State University. So, thank you, Indiana.
I'm from Indiana, if you're curious, anyway, he didn't know.
I just wanted to respond. Corinne, I'm glad that you brought that up. I will just say that I hear from seniors that, older adults, I don't even know why we're not calling them seniors.
I know.
I don't know. I heard it at a Nursing Services Advisory Committee meeting, that our center at 30 Sudbury Road is the best in the area. And folks from other communities come for our programming and our meals and to hang out and play pool frequently. And there are programs that are restricted to Acton residents, but it's well attended by folks in the region. And they come and say, this one's so much better than the one in my town. So it's already the best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Great work, team. Nice job. Cookie break? Cookie break? All right, we're going to reconvene here and close out the night with our last presentation. In the last presentation? Last presentation, yeah. Okay, so for our final presentation from our budget workshops, we have the Public Works Department. The Department of Public Works is led by its director, Corey York. Corey, take it away.
Hi, good evening. I'm just going to caveat the presentation. I am going to cough, and I'm not sick. I'm closely monitored with in-house medical professionals, so. So just a heads up. As John said, my name's Corey York. I'm the director for the Public Works. I'm here tonight with Evan White, who's the new town engineer. He just started in the fall, and Carl Maria, who's our operations superintendent. In addition to them, others are on our management team. We have Ryan Hunt, who's our tree warden, Sean O'Malley, who's our cemetery superintendent, and Karen Switzeneff, who's our business manager. So the budget itself, it starts on page 152. You'll see it goes to the org chart. Within the department, it's comprised of the highway, trees and grounds, engineering, and cemetery divisions. Within highway, you'll see the roads crew, the fleet maintenance, and transfer station. The FTEs haven't changed from last year. It's still about 34 FTEs, roughly. And in addition to the work we do to maintain the public infrastructure around town, we also work closely with other departments on various programs. We'll work with conservation on dealing with beaver dam management. We work closely with Ian Bergman, facilitating the community gardens program. We're in constant communication with recreation, doing upkeep of parks, and almost daily with police and fire, dealing with emergency response and dealing with various traffic safety issues throughout town. So as you get into our recent accomplishments within the department, some of the things that just highlighting is we were able to acquire some grants over the last year. So we acquired a couple grants to do some work on Central Street. So focusing down in the South Acton end, which is one of the highest priorities in our complete street prioritization plan. We were able to get an earmark from the state to help offset some of the costs at 19 Maple Street. And we also got a sizable grant to help with the sewer equalization tank at the plant itself. We're in the final stages of completing the replacement of the fuel depot down at the DPW. So we have that up and running. We removed the old system that was beyond its service life, and we're preparing to do sort of the landscaping and all that in the spring as soon as the weather permits. And we've been continuing to building our asset management plans for the various work that we do. Probably one of the newer ones that we've been working on is we had taken over the responsibility of streetlights in town. So over the last year, we've been building an inventory of what's out there, the condition, and in the next couple of weeks, I'll be meeting with Eversource, talking with them about the inventory and the billing and all that. So that's coming down the pipeline. And we're constantly working on the stormwater plans, the road paving plans. So we're trying to develop those programs. Before I took this role, everything was institutional. So we've been working on that and trying to build programs and interconnect those. We also just recently completed the Main and Prospect intersections, so doing the improvements out there after talking with the public and coming up with sort of the consensus on the design, the option to do. And then on the cemetery side, they've been working with the commissioners, trying to institute various projects. So we've been working on a design to do an expansion at the Woodlawn Cemetery. They're getting a little low, so we developed a plan to do an expansion in the back, and as part of that, the cemetery superintendent has been talking with vendors about a columbarium and that, so they're looking to phase that in with that project. And then they've also been working on the Woodlawn Cemetery, so we've been doing sort of the first phase of that work, where we're working on the accessibility to get in the building. So it's pretty much done. We had a contractor that was working on it through the spring and summer. One of the challenges he was trying to find was a granite that closely matched the chapel itself. So he was able to find a quarry that worked really well. He placed the order in July, and we're expecting it in the next few weeks so that we can finish the aesthetics of it and do the final paving in this construction season. So those are just some of the highlights of what we've been up to. As you see some of the matrix in our narrative, it shows you can see the daily flows in the sewer. It down a little bit from last year. The plant operators themselves, they live on studying the trends and what's going on out there, so they can monitor situations where we use that a lot as we're looking at trying to tighten it up so we're not getting the inflow and infiltration that's around. So we monitor during wet storm events. We go in with cameras, trying to identify leaks and problems and try to fix that up so we can get that out of the capacity issues. You'll see on the road paving side of it, you see the program we're doing a little bit less than we have in prior years. That's just, a lot of that is just due to the pricing. Everything's getting so expensive. So we're in the process of trying to find ways to do a little bit more in the next few years to make sure we're keeping the condition of the roads in a good condition. We've done a pavement management study throughout town, and the overall condition of the road is still good, and we're just trying to make sure we keep that moving forward. I think the last matrix you'll see is salt use. We do a lot of preventative work, so before the season, the crews do periodic calibration of the equipment to check what's coming out, make sure we're keeping it within the reason of what we intend to put down for salt. And then we've been attending workshops and programs and talking to other communities, just looking at other ideas and opportunities to maybe modify the system a little bit to deal with winter maintenance different ways and see what we can do to improve upon that. So what I'll do is I'll hand it over to Evan. He's going to go through the operating budgets and kind of highlight the changes that he sees there.
Thanks, Corey. Good evening, Acton Select Board and Finance Committee. My name's Evan White. I'm the Assistant DPW Director and Town Engineer. And I'm going to go through and highlight the changes on the cemetery, highway, and engineering budgets. On the cemetery side of things, permanent positions, there was a $13,824 change for FY27. And then clerical salaries and wages, there was an increase of $1,785. On highway permanent positions, there was a $73,258 increase, which represents a 6% change on the overall budget. Clerical salaries and wages and professional salaries saw a $3,288 increase and $18,127 increase respectively. And these changes are reflective of the new 3-year union contract, which goes into effect in FY27. Two areas I do want to highlight is the streetlight and traffic signal line items under purchase of services. Those are transfers from the facilities budget and don't represent an increase for the overall budget. Very quickly, I just want to talk about the engineering department goals a little bit before I get into the engineering budget. We have a list of things that we're looking to do. Just being here in the last 4 months, learning the town and learning how things are done, I came up with this list. And I'm looking to standardize inspection protocols for things like private sewer connections and construction inspections, utilizing Survey 123 and GIS software to create forms and track this information and keep it for future reference. I also want to conduct a comprehensive review of the town's GIS data, kind of figure out where our deficiencies are, so we can better comply with state and federal rules and regulations, especially when it comes to things like stormwater. I also want to look at expanding our GIS mapping capabilities. What I'm kind of used to is being able to make field changes while we're out in the field if we find structures or, things like, catch basins or sewer manholes that weren't on the, in our mapping system. We should have the equipment to add that in the field. I also wanted to look at streamlining our annual stormwater billing for commercial properties. The way I understand it works now is it's mostly a paper process. So I wanted to try to take a crack at making that electronic and incorporating that into existing town software systems. And then lastly, wanted to work with current staff that have responsibilities with the town's MS4 permit, work on training the staff, and also prepare for the implementation of the next MS4 permit, which is currently in draft form with the EPA and DEP. And jumping back into engineering, the only changes was on the engineering side was to professional salaries, and there was an increase of $15,194, and I think that's just due to the fact that I'm here now, so. And with that, I will hand it back to Corey.
Yeah, in addition to the operating budgets we have a couple enterprise budgets that we also manage. One is the transfer station and recycling facility. The other one is the sewer budget. So on page 166 is where the transfer station budget is. I had to admit defeat and print the budget larger so I could see it.
I can read it for you.
Yeah. So the transfer station budget, predominantly the changes, you'll notice the two big changes is position control was adjusted for the upcoming year. And then last year, we had a capital expenditure to replace the front end loaders, which we did. So we dropped the capital outlay back down, which we'll use what we have there for projects that we know that are upcoming. On page 167, we have the sewer budget that operates the plant and that, and you'll see similar, the position control was adjusted. And then as far as the contractual services, as we were entering into the new contracts, knowing that the infrastructure was expanding a little bit down Powder Mill and Main Street, and knowing that we have adjustments come as we look at the material costs increasing as we do the annual adjustments, and we look at the indices out there, we anticipate somewhat of an adjustment from last year. So we threw some money in there to kind of cover those instances as we get to talking with the contractual firm and dealing with any issues that are coming up. And then I know that down below in the debt service, finance did some adjustments there based on what we're paying out. So as far as budgets go, that's all the budgets that we handle. So we'll open it up to any questions.
Okay, questions from the select board? Alyssa?
Thank you for the presentation. I'm happy to see that there is going to be a focus on improving the process for billing and collecting the stormwater permit fees and also staff training. I'm wondering if one possibility for the change from paper to electronic with billing, obviously not every property, it's just the commercial properties that are sent this bill, but similar to the sewer, I see that on my property tax bill. So is it something, this might be a question for the town manager or for LA, like can we shift that from your department to treasurer collector?
We did, prior to Evan starting, when we took over the building for the stormwater permit that was out there from the health, we did start talking with finance about how to improve upon that. We just didn't have the resources at the time to follow through. So that's something, as Evan's looking into that we'll work closely with finance, the best way to automate that and work with finance, yeah.
So couple questions. One specifically about the transfer station. And here I must concede once again that my colleague Jim Snyder-Grant was right all along, that pay-as-you-throw really makes a lot of sense. I argued with him extensively 10 years ago, and lo and behold, I was wrong. First time that's ever happened. So I guess my question is, are there any particular challenges going on with the pay-as-you-throw and the trash transfer station? From what I observe, it seems like the transfer station is the second most popular spot for seniors to hang out, other than the senior center itself. But I'd like to see I know in past years there's been issues with how much disposal of the recyclables costs, or, so what's the lay of the land as far as that goes?
Yeah, probably the biggest challenge here is just the recyclables. It's a market-driven, so we'll see. I know when we were implementing pay-as-you-throw, scrap metal is probably one of our biggest revenue sources, and we rely on that quite a bit to help reduce the cost for the residents. When we implemented pay-as-you-throw, as we started the proposal, we were probably making over $200, $220 a ton. We implemented pay-as-you-throw, and the market dropped, and we were getting $120 a ton. So it was a big hit that we were worried about how that was going to hurt the program. But the market's come back. It fluctuates. We'll see it get close to 200, drops to 160. But on the same token, we've seen the commingle and the mixed paper. Those markets they were very volatile for a number of years. At one point, we were paying up over $100 a ton. It's steadied out somewhat now, so it hasn't been too bad. I don't know the numbers off the top of my head right now, what we're paying at the moment, but it's settled in where we were getting these drastic swings, and it was expensive. So that's been the biggest challenge that we've had there. I'd say as the program itself, we had started reaching out to members and groups asking about the possibility of curbside collection. And part of that is the transfer station itself. I think the stickers sold were in a little over 3,000, I think 3,600, somewhere in that range of stickers. So there's a big niche of the community that's still using private subscription services or in whatever other means. And I know from a sustainable standpoint, as we've seen the pay-as-you-throw program work, there was a strong interest in trying to find ways that we could extend that out across the whole community to try to get the same benefits we were seeing from the transfer station to the other people that are using private. So we did some outreach. We got some positive feedback. Obviously, we got some concerns about what that might entail. And there'll be more to come down the road. We're just sort of putting out feelers right now, just thinking about things like that. But and then, yeah, just the operation of the plant itself just is we have third-party inspectors that monitor what we're doing out there. The DEP will show up and do surprise inspections. Those have all gone pretty well. So operationally, I think it's been pretty smooth, and we just, not just me, but the crew themselves, as they're dealing with it day in, day out, they see issues that might be coming up that we can fix, so they find a new mechanism of maybe where we can add a new service in, so they're always looking at that and sharing ideas. So we're always kind of monitoring and looking for ways that we can enhance what we're doing or change things if need be, so.
Okay, thank you. Next question, and I raised this last night with the IT director, and I hope, Carl, you didn't come specifically to defend yourself tonight. Specifically about the two-way radio system for all the Public Works vehicles. I'd like to see if you folks are seeing any particular challenges with that system. I'm looking forward to, if this is a real need, it's something that I think the Select Board should probably talk about in goals when we meet in June. So any any thoughts you have on that, about how effective the system is and how resilient the system is in case of challenges during extreme disasters?
Yeah, as you know, we've been looking into this for quite a while. Prior to Carl, we were working with the prior IT person, Matt. And there's a whole lot more about it that I don't understand, but they were working through that. In the short term, we've been working with the police, and we've been borrowing portable radios from them, especially during these storm events, whether it's fallen trees and that. The close collaboration between the guys on the ground, Carl, Jason, who's our assistant operations superintendent, and the police and fire, just having that ability to have communication that's seamless across all of them. So they can be reporting whether they see a tree down, a road closure, wires, and we can relay that information to the emergency personnel so they can call and Eversource, keep it updated, and we can just track what and who's going around. So we've talked with Carl about it. I know he's working through a technology plan, and I think we're part of it. One of the next phases. It's just a matter of, the integration of that and the technology. So we're still chipping away at it. But I think having that and having the technology that makes it seamless to work with police, fire, and even some of these larger events that we've had, I think it was those October storms that we had wires and trees down all over. We had, I know the town manager's office, we had different people at the EOC and trying to communicate what they were dealing with, what we were seeing in the street, and just making sure everybody was getting the most up to date. We found it very, very useful, but very critical that we have that kind of technology and redundancy that beyond just cell phones or what have you, that we have radios that we can rely on multiple different ways to keep that information flowing is important to us.
And finally, I got a request from folks at ActonTV that wanted to be able to interview me at some time in the future to talk about disaster response. I'd made some remarks after the microburst about what it's like to, recover from one of those events. So I'd like to specifically see if there's anything that you folks have noticed or that you think would help better in those extreme emergencies. What I've observed is that 15 or 20 years ago, the coordination between the tree department and the highway department was not nearly as seamless as it is now. So that seems to be a great improvement, and I certainly congratulate Carl on that. But is there any other facets of that coordination and disaster response you think could use some improvement or some additional resources?
Yeah, I mean, Carl might have other comments about that. I know with the microburst, the one big benefit we had was because it was so localized to this area, we had a huge response from Eversource that helped put that system back in place, where a normal storm that's coming up the coast, people are stretched thin, the Eversource, Public Utilities, us. And like you said, with the reorganization of the DPW and bringing the different departments under, like trees and grounds, they're working closely with Carl and Jason Kidder on a daily basis. So when it comes to a storm, I mean, for the crews, they're dealing with multiple these snow events and going out and salting and de-icing. So the type of response, they're dealing with it almost daily. And so when a large storm events come, they've kind of basically exercised themselves where they're very familiar now and where they work so closely now with the trees and grounds. It's just a ramping up and a little bit more chaotic, but the structure of the system itself, the way we're forming it, we're still changing, making improvements, but I think this has really helped to improve how we respond and work together on something like that. So I don't know if Carl has any.
Yeah, no, like Corey said, the little storms help with the big storms. The communication with the police department has always been great. As far as wires down, they let us know where they are, when Eversource will be in contact with us. I'm in contact with tree warden on a daily basis. So the communication is between police, fire, and highway is as seamless as it can be without the communication of radios that we don't have at this point. But yeah, like Corey said, it's the little storms prep us for the big storms, and it's just like old hat to us.
And even with the public utilities, I mean, throughout the year, Eversource is a community rep, so we generally attend their regional, they have regional meetings that they'll talk about their response times, but we try to coordinate with them, just talk about Acton-specific stuff. And just getting familiar with who's the rep in this area, getting familiar with who's doing the field work, so that when these events come, we have a good relationship with the different utilities that we can reach out to. So that's been beneficial, but like every big entity, that people shift around and move, so it's kind of a hit or miss target of if they're still there when the storm comes, but they've been improving their operations where when these storms are starting to hit, they start ramping up, sending out sort of warnings and what they're doing to sort of ramp up their operations and the possibility of next steps. So there's been a lot of improvements, but there's always more that we can do to help make it better.
Thank you. Any other comments from the select board? Fran?
To add how beautiful the Woodlawn Cemetery looks with the new accessibility. I mean, it's not finished yet, but what I can see, it looks really lovely, and I thought it would detract from the building, but it enhances it somehow, which is really bizarre. So thank you.
Yeah, that was when we started that project, we brought on a landscape architect, but it was very collaborative with the cemetery commissioners, with the historic value of that building, and I know one of their core objectives was getting that accessible entrance in, but making it look like it was part of the building from the beginning. So, yeah, so that was a real big objective that we were trying to hit, and we had a few different scenarios, but this one I think worked out really well.
Anything else? Okay, finance.
So my main question is really based on the fact the last 3 years I bought one bucket of rock salt, and this year I'm buying my third tomorrow. Where in the budget is the salt for the streets? What GL account, what line item is it? I want to make sure there's enough money to cover this year.
There's under the snow and ice, there's a materials line item.
Give me a page in a GL account.
161.
I want to confirm and verify we have funds.
161, the third grouping of budgets.
Is it 540-900?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so
Yes.
what else is in there? Because you have 360 as expense in 25, and you budget 213,000, a decrease of 150,000 year over, from actual to budget. This is one, there could be equipment in there, I understand. I just want to make sure that that number is not, we didn't spend $360,000 in rock salt, and then we budgeted 213,000 when it's, I'm sure there's more stuff in there, but what's in there?
Yeah, we buy the rock salt, we have the magnesium chloride, the de-icing agent that we mix.
But what's in that GL account besides rock salt? There has to be something else in there.
Yeah, I can get back to you with other things that we buy from it, but, I mean, the amount that we spend out of the snow and ice budget is strictly dependent on the number of storms, so even this year, we haven't seen a lot of snow, but the guys are out multiple times in a day and night dealing with icy conditions, so they're...
That's my point.
Yeah, so it's a hit or miss target with that budget where there's some years that we've done turnbacks, there's some years that we've overspent it.
Could you just get back to me on how much of that 361 and 25 was actual rock salt?
Yeah, I can run a report.
And what is your budget for rock salt in 27?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, to ease your mind, that's the one line item in the budget that the town manager can overspend. It just has to be made up the next year.
All right. Just.
Yeah, we can run a report.
They're doing a great job with the roads. My wife walks every day, and the only place she's slipped in town is actually by the building you're just describing, by the cemetery. Because the trucks can't get there apparently. So That is my primary question. I'll go to the rest of the team here. Roland?
A couple of things. So we throw all the aluminum and the plastics all in that one thing. If you segmented out the aluminum and the metal cans, could you actually make money on that? In other words, instead of paying to take it away, as you make money on the steel, can you make money on that?
It is, there is the pure, you can make a material. If you can get it down to one pure thing, you can search for markets and maybe make money on some. I know like I want to say like glass, the last time I was looking into it, there's really no market. And it's actually, it's one of the heavier materials in the recycling. So if you can pull it out, it makes a big difference. There's not a lot of opportunities for it, short of if we got into buying some equipment that we could crush it and make it into sand or something. And we've looked into that, but it is an expensive cost for the equipment and not just and then running it, keeping it running. So we do look for opportunities to do that. But yeah, I mean, one thing you could do if there's something we could pull out of it, sometimes when you look at mixed paper, sometimes they talk about the white paper have a value to it. And sometimes cardboard is a very flexible market, but I know during COVID, all of a sudden fiber became a driver in the market. So, and that's about when we saw our costs shift quite a bit, because all of a sudden people were looking for fiber. So we're always looking for opportunities, and then how does that work in the operations? And if it drives up the cost because we need more equipment or need more staff to monitor it and go through it. So it's a balance, but we look at those kind of things.
I'd love to see you guys open at least limited hours on Sunday, but I don't know if that's a possibility in the future. What is going on with that house thing, the trailer that you purchased, is sitting there empty, that hasn't replaced the older one that's there?
Yeah, we're in the process, we're working with the DEP to get a permit. We put it in place, and then we were working with IT and that to deal with relocating the communications and electric. So we have an application with the state right now to get a permit to do the excavation to run the wires. They've completed their administration review, and that's been approved. They're going through the technical review right now. I think they said they're going to have some comments back we just have to address. So we're hoping to get that resolved this winter, and then we'll be working on that this season.
That'd be great. One other thing is that I was down there 2 weeks ago. I sent John a picture of all the compost overflowing, and I'd really love to see a town go to an earth flow vessel. They're around 100,000, a little bit more. My company uses it, and they partnered with the Smithfield Schools. My office is in Rhode Island. They throw theirs in there, and then they take all the pure dirt that comes out, the compost, and they spread it on the town fields and things like that. I mean, we have a baseball field and around our campus and stuff like that. It does a fantastic job. There's a lot of nutrients and really helps. And I'd love to see the town do that instead of having a vendor come that has a hiccup every once in a while and it's overflowing. But I will say that this vendor seems to be a lot better than the previous vendor that I try to put as much as I can compost without throwing the landfill. And I do see it's a lot better than what was there previously. So I commend the staff on that. So every time I've been at the dump, or a couple times, I've had a senior stop me and ask me questions. I saw you on TV, I kind of wonder what was going on, but it's good to see. And we did use it for the scouts with our tree collection again this year, and maybe we can get a couple of goats next year to corral them up there, and they can eat all the trees. Thank you.
A couple of quick sewer questions, Corey. Let's see, your average daily usage is, I guess, a little less than half of your permitted use, but what's the highest days you've had?
We have a trend that we watch as far as our max permitted at the plant is about 299,000 gallons. In the spring, I think with the inflow in that, we've had a few instances over the years that have hit and slightly exceeded that as an actual daily. So we're closely monitoring that as we hit these things. And that's one of the reasons why we've been kind of aggressively going after our, sort of our I&I plan of trying to find those issues. And we have a series of things that we can fix just in the public infrastructure, whether it's manhole covers that we're gonna try to resale. We've been doing some camera investigations, trying to identify if there's any private laterals that we're noticing what looks like to be groundwater, and talking with commercial private residents, trying to have them look into it. So we've been aggressively going after that, trying to shave that off, so we'll hopefully see less of those seasonal trends that we're getting those spikes.
How much will a power mill add to the usage?
I can get you that number. There's about 230, 260 units. I forget what they were projecting for flow.
It's going to be up to 20% increase in the flow. It's a pretty big contributor.
You
Potential
need to count
contributor.
bedrooms. It's 110 gallons per day per bedroom.
Yeah, it's one of those that when you go by the DEP and the Title V with the 110, but we notice, especially with our own, is when the actual flow is a lot less when you have to pay for that, so, yeah.
It's a number. The
Yes.
state came up
No,
with
it
a
is.
number.
Yeah, you need to start somewhere, so, yeah.
Just, anybody know your current O&M rate off the top of your head?
1 second.
Okay. How much they charge? I'm sorry, I'm into sewers. It's a hobby of mine. It's okay, Ellie. You can just send me an email.
Might need 1 more minute.
Like I said, I don't.
I'll ask a quick question. Is there any plan to repave some of the Woodlawn Cemetery? Because on the older part, the roads are all, and I imagine they're running the plows down there in the winter, which is probably beating the heck out of the vehicles when they go over those. So I was wondering if that was that, and also a columbarium being put in place, I think. Is that what you said on the expansion?
Yeah, on the back. Yeah, there is, unfortunately, that back road, that's really bad with the tree roots. We don't plow that in the winter, so. But a number of the roads throughout there, especially in the historic areas, are in pretty bad shape. And we've been talking with the commissioners over the years, so they've pledged some money, and we have some money to do some improvements there, so doing repaving and that. We did one project in the back where we did it, but some of the problems with those roads is because they're in such bad shape, we have to do a full reclamation, which is a lot more expensive. So we're trying to find ways to work around that. We're dealing with the water systems that's there that's not very deep. And then in addition, with all the trees that are in there, we're, I wouldn't say we're hesitant to do full reclamation, but we're looking at other opportunities that we can improve some of those roads, but not be grinding through the root structures and damaging the trees more. So it is something that we're working on, and we did implement one section, and we're working on doing that in the future year of doing another section. So we're doing short sections, but we're trying to build into a program where it'll become more routine on an annual basis, that we'll keep chipping away at it and try to get caught up.
And then I do have those sewer rates for you, Steve. So the residential rate is $0.1721 per cubic feet. And then the commercial and school rate is $0.2428 per cubic foot.
Thank you.
You good, Steve?
Yep.
Take your mic off. Jason?
With your permission, I'd like to go last and give everyone else a chance to go.
Thank you. Please remind me why it's okay that you got 100 grand out of the 700 you asked for stormwater in this year's budget.
Yeah, we have, as you know, we got a a decent amount last year, and we're working towards that. Some of the issues that we were experiencing is timing of design and construction. So I think the decision partly was with the projects that we were delayed pushing. We're going to be pushing with that money we had last year. And then I know RAC is also looking into long-term, possible more sustainable options. So we wanted to kind of see how that vetted out next steps, so.
So does that mean that you'll need more staff, or would it be hired out if you get more funding to tackle this problem?
No, I think just like any utility, it obviously needs funding for upkeep and that. At this point, I'm not seeing that we would need more staff. I think like right now, you're getting into specialty of bridge designs or some of the specialties of some of these larger culverts. We're working with various consultants that do that on a daily basis, that have the experience. They know the permitting protocols and they know the triggers through the state. So it's been very beneficial working with the various groups, and in-house wise, Evan, and that we can handle some of the smaller projects and that. But I think right now we're not seeking a staffing increase at all.
I'm in part thinking about the proposed DPW building. We're not looking at needing more staff for when this gets more funding in the future.
No, not at this time, no.
Okay, thank you.
You do your KPIs?
I'm going to pass on the KPI question, partly because I should disclose I'm one of the advisors to the ActonTV interviews on the microburst, which happened September 8th, 2023. And stay tuned for ActonTV making an announcement, actually fairly soon, on the content of that. It's a series of interviews, and I'll let the story hang there.
Any other finance committee besides Jason that want to speak up? All right, Jason, it is you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to piggyback off of Christie's conversation on the culverts. My understanding is that more sustainable program from RAC is a euphemism for going down a fee-based funding source. Is that an accurate assessment of what's going on here?
That's one of the models that they looked at, yes.
Okay. As a committee, as a finance committee, we dedicated one of our segments in the last couple of months just to that topic, and we came back, I believe unanimously, if not unanimous, then very close, that something as basic as stormwater and culverts is a town-wide responsibility and should not be done outside of the confines of Prop 2.5. And trying to go down a fee route is a way of circumventing Prop 2.5. So I actually took it as rather alarming that we went from $700,000 in capital planning for culverts and stormwater down to $100,000. It seemed like a way of manufacturing a problem so that you could have an issue for it in the future. So
I can address that question.
Okay.
Corey asked for $700,000. I cut it because we tried to deliver a budget that met the target of 3.25%. So if you asked him 10 times, he would say he wants that $700,000 10 times. But as a town manager, it's my job to deliver a budget that balances needs of departments like Corey's and all the other departments that we heard from today, and find a way to still contribute to the stormwater program at a pace that is better than nothing, but at the same time, take a step back from the borrowing that we've been doing over the last 2 years, because I think it was getting to be too much. So it wasn't a programmatic or a policy-driven decision, it was a financial decision.
Okay, so to that end, please make sure that you understand that we do not consider going down a fee route for something that is a responsibility of the entire town. So that should be within Prop 2.5. And I would point to your certified free cash being at 5.4% when our ceiling is 5%. So you have, and it is the select board's comment that the reserve use should be used for capital projects. This is a prime example of something that should be fed so that you do not manufacture a problem in the future.
Yes, I think I appreciate that input. I think before I arrived here in Acton, the town meeting members, and maybe some of you were there, adopted a local bylaw that created a stormwater fee. This is not something that we're bringing forward now. It happened about a decade ago. So the concern that you're raising has already been discussed and a decision was already made by the town.
Okay. So that does set up I find that to be answered to be a little on the glib side, just because something was set up and hasn't been used heavily in the past. And now we were told in this last year by RAC that we have an urgent crisis. I would hesitate to try and heavily lean on that fee.
It's been used every year to do, I mean, the mandated reporting that we have to do and that we've had to do since that time, a lot of that reporting and surveying and testing outfalls to see if they're dry during dry weather, that's all been done with that fee that was created. So it has been used. It's not a new idea. The board still hasn't made a decision on how to move forward with that RAC study. So I think we should wait till that happens before we decide that we don't want to talk about it anymore.
Well, I'm sure we'll review it in the future then. Next topic I'd like to...
I'm sorry, Jason, can I jump in?
Please.
That fee is only applied to commercial properties. You make it sound as if this is a fee that everyone pays already. And as residents, we do not pay it. So this would be adding an additional fee to the vast majority of taxpayers.
Well, no, I didn't say that. I said that the town has already decided that a fee was appropriate for stormwater. Who it was applied to was decided at the time to be commercial properties only. That wasn't something that we discussed.
But you said it was something already discussed at town meeting, implying again that this application was discussed. This was not a fee discussed as being a residential fee.
That proposal isn't before us tonight.
Okay,
So I understand your concerns with it, but we're not proposing that.
You have said this enough times in enough meetings that I've listened to that I, in spite of the time and the early hour, I have to work tomorrow, feel like we need to set the record straight in more of a public forum, that this was not the blanket fee that you're implying.
Thank you. I'll move on to my next topic, and I hope this is, please let me know if this is not the right venue for it. I'd like to get an update on Kelly's Corner. And also, my understanding is that and again, my memory could be faulty, but I thought there was going to be some changes to the directionality of Carroll Spinney Way. I also thought there was going to be another light. And I also thought there was going to be a series of pedestrian street lighting, even though we recommended against it. So my question is, first of all, we also were told that this project would be complete by the start of the school year, so that was 3 months ago. My question is, my questions are as follows. Do you consider Kelly's Corners finished? Do you consider what happened to those pedestrian lightings? And is the current traffic pattern the final traffic pattern that's being expected to be done?
Thank you. I can address that question. I think Kelly's Corner project is not finished. As I think I've announced a few different times over the last few months, it's been delayed. The work on sidewalks was not completed before snow set in, so that's going to have to pick up again when the weather cooperates. The traffic islands that are going to be installed at each approach to the main intersection have not been constructed yet. The finished paving has not been installed yet. The pedestrian level lights that town meeting approved a few years ago, they're actually wiring those right now. You may see them out there periodically. They're installing them. They can do that kind of work in the winter, so you'll see those come up this winter. But once that hardscape work is completed, once construction season starts again, then they'll start all the planting. They're going to be planting 100 and something trees, thousands of other vegetation type things throughout the corridor, and they're supposed to finish it by the end of the school year, if you want to work with the school calendar. And I think the traffic pattern that's out there today is the lights are the lights that will be there. There is no light that was ever, well, there was a light proposed at the top of Carroll Spinney Way, but ultimately it was not approved as the final design. There will be a left turn lane, which isn't there now. In the they didn't do a very comprehensive job of temporary paint markings. They did very, very little. which we've asked for more, and it's been, it's a state job, and we try to get them to do as much as we can, and it's been challenging, but that will look different. The light timing is, Corey keeps a close eye on that, and we give feedback to the state, and they check on things to see if they're timed properly. But once it's fully built out with the street islands and the proper lane markings, it'll be easier to navigate than it is now if you're having trouble. I think the first week that the pavement was down and the lights were on, I think there was a lot of concerns. Over the last few weeks, and I think people are starting to get more used to it. People still need to learn to take a left on Carroll Spinney Way, because when you get to the main intersection, you're not supposed to turn left. That'll be better marked in the final, when the thing is done. But, so I think we answered your 3 questions. It's not done. The streetlights are being installed right now, and there is no light at the top of Carroll Spinney Way.
Thank you. That's a very complete answer. Appreciate it. Just a last thing on Kelly's Corner. I know it is predominantly a state project, but it did have a local funding component. Are we on budget, under budget? Too early to tell. Is it going to be? Is there any risk? Is there any fiscal risk to that project because it's now continuing to drag on?
No, the town's contributions to this project were the design, a lot of the design work, and then the non-participating costs associated with the streetlights, which you've already mentioned, and maybe other minor things that they call non-participatory. The contract has already been signed, and we had the money that's needed for it. Any cost overruns, the state will have to take care of. It's a state project, so they wouldn't be coming to us for more money. We're gonna have to maintain it, which is gonna be a challenge. Carl has been trying to work with the state on some of the locations of where things are installed for maintenance reasons. That'll be challenging, but it's gonna transform the community. It hasn't yet, although it's starting to, and I think it's gonna be, once it's done, it feels done now, but it's not. Once it's actually done, people are gonna love it. You're gonna love it. It's gonna be great.
Very glad to hear that our exposure is limited. Last topic I want to bring up, and I'm sure this is no surprise to anyone in this room, I'd like to bring up the topic of the DPW building. I unfortunately was not able to attend the joint Select Board and Finance Committee meeting on the DPW building, but we did bring up a couple of topics of other configurations or of other options to go down. We received notice, I believe, the very following morning that those options were not viable. I continue to maintain that a $23 million building project, where the project itself is closer to $29 million when you include all of the other roll-ups as described by the DPW Building Committee, this is still outside of the scope that I can possibly get behind. Part of the reason why it is beyond the scope of what I can get behind is, as was discussed with the Finance Committee, we wanted the smallest scope possible to meet the needs. The needs that we firmly believe need to be met revolve around the employee facilities in the form of showers, whatnot, livability. So that's why we had said from the beginning, we liked the plan from now 13 years ago about a small office building, leaving the rest of the facilities to it. This current plan still has mechanical bays. We just heard from the fire chief tonight that a perfectly viable path for maintenance for vehicles is through a private contract. We've been told that that's not feasible. I'd love to know what the analysis is that went into that for it to be not feasible. We already have mechanical bays. We can reuse them. We should be pursuing truly the smallest possible footprint, because the building of a new building at prevailing wages and with all of the green mandates has become prohibitive. It sucks that we're here, but another thing that was praised tonight is the ability to repurpose the Council on Aging building, a pre-existing building that was otherwise empty, and is now, we've been told how great it is for the facilities. Proof that you can transform an existing building into something worthwhile. So again, please, don't just have 3 meetings, which is what we had this year for the DPW building, and come back with a largely, predominantly same building that does not go to smallest cost, does not go to smallest footprint, and still runs tens of millions more than needs to be done for the need that the Finance Committee has identified. So I would ask you to pull the $900,000 for another feasibility study and actually go through the work similar to what's been done on other major projects in the schools in the town. Don't just have 3 meetings and say, well, this is the best we've done, we'll come back to it. I would remind you that even Arrow Street this year said you still have 10 to 15 years usable life on that building. Don't squander it.
That didn't seem like a question.
Would you please pull the $900,000 request for design work for the DPW building until you actually go through the work of coming to a smallest possible
The budget that we
recommendation?
developed, including the capital program, the budget and the capital program we developed was based on the needs of the community as identified through the chief policymakers and elected officials of this community, which are the select board. The select board's #1 priority was to bring a DPW project and advance the design process, which is what we've done. Town meeting asked us to take a look at the design and come up with a better idea, and we did that. The Finance Committee expressed a lot of concerns about tearing down a building, and this new design reuses that building. So in terms of withdrawing proposals, that's not what we're here for tonight. We've presented this budget, is what we're recommending. The select board could direct us to change it, and we take that direction. Until that time, this is what we're proposing, and we believe it meets the needs of the community as identified through our elected officials.
So if I might weigh in, I'll just reiterate, we're kind of here to talk about the operating budget. Certainly, if you want to discuss DPW project, you even admitted yourself that you were not here at one of the most recent, more open discussions that Finance Committee had asked for repeatedly. I think the building committee, the select board, and the second designer have done a really great job in trying to address some of these issues. I think it's obvious to me that there is no size building that you will agree to. And I think I frankly get a little frustrated with dealing with this because we've cut the building back tremendously. We're reusing an existing building. We're addressing these issues about employee safety and employee workspaces. I think we will be approaching town meeting in the spring to look for design money to build out the design that Arrow Street has come up with. There's still design work being done on that. I know we've got a meeting coming up on Zoom tomorrow to talk about some of the issues with reusing the existing building. So there's still work moving forward. This particular building has been on the short-term goals list for the select board for a number of years. And frankly, when we voted to approve option 4B, alternate 4B, we had a 4-to-1 vote in favor of pursuing 4B. And the one vote on the select board against that was that individual was afraid that 4B did not address all of our issues. And I respect that, and I agree with that, but we're attempting to come up with something that is financially responsible and that provides for the long-term needs of the town. So, as the person that puts the agenda together for the upcoming select board meetings in collaboration with my co-chair, I don't foresee us stepping back from this project, no matter how much you don't like it personally.
It's not a personal point, it is the point of the entire committee. So I would recommend you do take that into account because you do still have to get full public support at a town meeting and at the vote. And I do not see that enough has been done to get to smallest minimum path. And also, I would say, this is the budget meeting, but if you ignore capital, you're ignoring a very important part of budget. And so I think that's a red herring, but you knew that.
David. So I just want to clarify, since Jason said that this was the opinion of the whole Finance Committee, has the Finance Committee voted on the money for this design? No. Has the Finance Committee voted on the 4B design? No. Thank you.
Can I just jump in, because, go ahead.
Fran?
Not going to direct it at Jason, but we are elected officials. Beating up on town staff just irks me. They didn't come up with a plan. We came up with a plan to replace our DPW building, which clearly needs replacing. So I just, the beating up on town staff is just not the way to go.
I don't believe I beat up on the town staff at all. I believe I've directed most of my IR towards the select board.
Can I just jump in for a second? The last Finance Committee meeting, when we discussed this, I discussed that I wanted to get more information about the prior feasibility study and the Arrow Street study, because I know that this was going to be an item presented by the Select Board, and I wanted to use that as an understanding to help understand the current request and be able to drive correct questions. Town manager gave me the information, I want to say it was yesterday, it was recently, he emailed me all the information. I have not had an opportunity to go through it. I have a Finance Committee meeting on Tuesday. I plan to go through all the information he sent me and discuss it with the committee on Tuesday, and then we can discuss this further as a committee on Tuesday. But I felt like we needed the additional information that I feel like I have, but I haven't digested it and shared it. That's where I am with this, to make any like votes or decisions or anything on it. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I've already voted on this as a member of the Acton DPW Building Committee, so I may be a little out front on this one. But I was among the people who voted at that meeting unanimously for option 4B. Now, one of the numbers that I heard at that point in time was that this was the $29 million proposal. And I've heard feedback since then that you may have the framework of a plan in the sense that we're talking about new construction for the offices, but renovation for the storage for the trucks and plows and things. But I heard a new number on Friday. And so my question, John, is I heard 25 million. Is that a new development?
Excuse me, the construction cost, I think, is estimated to be around 25 million. So design costs are in addition to that, but
So we'll discuss this at FinCom on Tuesday next week. And that was my intention, to have another conversation on it after I felt like we'd have complete information, because we've had our joint meeting where we discussed openly all the scenarios we could think of. And irregardless of the responses and the opinions on those, we definitely have a collection of all the opinions on those items. And I felt like the missing, from my perspective, the missing piece was understanding what goes, like, when I hear, years ago when Dean presented, we need money for feasibility studies, $1.2 million. It's like, okay, what did we spend that on? So I feel like I'm sure John sent me that detail, a very long email he sent me. I just haven't read it yet. So I feel like I'll be able to present that to the team on Tuesday.
So the $1.2 million that town meeting approved in 2023, which the Finance Committee supported in 2023, was not for a feasibility study. We had already completed the feasibility study, and we brought forward a design.
What's the correct way to reference it then,
Oh,
John?
it's design funding for a building that we showed town meeting, this is what we're thinking where we can build, and we need the funding for it. So it wasn't, the town had already spent the money on the feasibility, and we've already presented, this is what we want to design. We spent 1.5 years on the design. It was mixed reviews on whether we should continue, so that's why town meeting in 2025 said, here's some more money, go back and take a second look at this, look at some alternatives, because we're not sure that that's the best design. Even though we approved it in 2023, we're not sure that's the best design. So, and that's what we did, and that's where we are here. And I'm happy to take questions on the capital project. It's part of what we presented here tonight. If there are questions about it, I mean, asking to remove it isn't really a question. But if you have a question, I'm happy to answer it.
I don't have any prepared questions for that right now. I think I need to meet as a committee before we can ask additional questions. Sorry. Do we have any other comments for the team at the table?
I would hope that there is a recognition between these two boards that we are all in this for what we think is in the best interests of our community members. And I'm not hearing that in all of the language tonight. I had hoped that we'd get into a better place when we had our moderated discussions, and it did not happen. But the distance between these two boards is really concerning to me. And specifically around the DPW, the discussions are just getting worse. We need to figure out a way to fix this. The way we communicate with each other, the words we use, the intentions that we should understand are behind it. Because I know I'm feeling worse sentiment. And there are other actions that have happened in the last few years between the two boards that have made me lose faith in our communication and our working together. We need to fix that.
Anybody else have any comments, anything? All right.
Nice work. Nice work, DPW. Well done. Well, that concludes our presentations. We really appreciate you spending 9 hours or so over the last 2 nights, taking a deep dive into all the work we put into the budget process. A special thank you to Ellie Anderson, who compiled this budget book, which I think is a wealth of information. And I hope that you all will refer to it throughout the budget process. And it's a good place to go if you have a question. If you have it on PDF, you could do a word search and find whatever you're looking for. And if not, if you can't find it, we're happy to help you find it. And we'll see you all very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Oh, yes. Can I get a motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. We're adjourned.
Motion for the select board to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Moved and seconded, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Adjourned.